Chapter 6, Part 3 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 6, The Treatise, Part 3. From these high and noble matters we turn to him in another vein, that of his vulgar errors. In his third book he discourses upon that pleasant insect, the glowworm. His argument might have led to some idea forestalling the wild hopes of the South Sea scheme, and those contemporary speculations which deluded our 18th century forebears. However that may be, his account shows not only his accuracy of observation, but his quiet fun at the expense of his over-hopeful fellow creatures. Quote, "Wondrous things are promised from the glowworm. From thence perpetual lights are pretended, and waters said to be distilled, which afford a lustre in the night. But hereto we cannot with reason assent, for the light made by this animal depends much upon its life. For when they are dead they shine not, nor always while they live, but are obscure or light, according to the protrusion of their luminous parts, as observation will instruct us. For this flammeous light is not all over the body, but only visible on the inward side, in a small white part near the tail. When this is full and seemeth protruded, there ariseth a flame of a circular figure and emerald green colour, which is discernible in any dark place in the day. But when it falleth and seemeth contracted, the light disappeareth, and the colour of the part only remaineth. Now this light, as it appeareth and disappeareth in their life, so doth it go quite out at their death. As we have observed in some, which, preserved in fresh grass, have lived and shined 18 days. But as they declined, and the luminous humour dried, their light grew languid, and at last went out with their lives. True it is, that a glowworm will afford a faint light almost a day's space, when many will conceive it dead. But this is a mistake in the compute of death, and term of disanimation. For indeed it is not then dead, but if it be distended will slowly contract itself again, which when it cannot do, it ceaseth to shine any more." End quote. Sir Thomas Browne is not only interesting because he is funny, and because he deals with such quaint popular ideas, for example, that the ostrich digesteth iron, or that peacocks are ashamed of their legs, or with the antipathy between a toad and a spider, which latter he cheerfully rebuts by saying he has seen spiders sit on a toad's head, or walk all over him, which at last upon advantage he swallowed down, and that in a few hours, to the number of 7. No one can call that antipathy. Or best perhaps of all, that storks will only live in republics and free states. Besides all that, he throws light upon a cultivated man's attitude in the 17th century to natural science. He does it all so cheerfully, not with Bacon's rather solemn learning, but rather with the practical sense of a medical man brought constantly up against plain realities. He saw clearly the essential difference between speculation and matters of fact, and further he realized that in questions of fact the great key is observation, and that extended, regulated kind of observation which is called experiment. Consequently, when he was told wonderful tales about animals, as he calls them, as easy to obtain as glowworms, he just caught a few, and watched them and their doings, watched them carefully too, as his remarks about their death show. When mere watching did not solve his puzzle, he tried experiment. For example, he had been told that a tiny reddish spider, called a tanct, so small that 10 of the largest will hardly outweigh a grain, caused poisonous swelling and then the death of cattle and horses. Country people, he said, declare that these animals have licked the tanct. Knowing the haphazard statements many people make, he wrote with sly amusement, quote, "To satisfy the doubts of men, we have called this tradition unto experiment. We have given hereof unto dogs, chickens, calves, and horses, and not in the singular number, yet never could find the least disturbance ensue." End quote. Modern men may smile at some of his scientific conclusions, but they will acknowledge that his methods were sound. By far the greater number of prose writers in this century were preoccupied with the graver matters of life and death, as the quotations in this chapter show. It was perfectly natural. The time was one of strife and confusion. Men lost their lives, their fortunes, all they held dear, often with very little warning. Sir Thomas Browne was profoundly influenced by his time and its sombre events. He wrote on weighty matters, as we have seen, at least as effectively as the rest. But there was another side to his genius. By its help he sometimes rose above the gloom and turmoil, and devoted himself to question, observation, and experiment. The result was that in all his writings, whether he was considering eternity or an ant, there was in what he wrote a reality, a point, a liveliness, which must ever keep him, in spite of his long, difficult words, one of the most lovable of our English writers. The century brought forth another man who, though the affairs of life and death were as real, as important to him as to his fellows, had a spirit of happiness, like an unquenchable spring hidden in his mind and soul, which makes him unique not only in the 17th century, but in our literature. He was not anything but a poor man. His life, in outward circumstances, was neither particularly fortunate nor successful. He was so little known that when his prose and poetry, after being lost for many years, were found in the last decade of last century, in unsigned manuscripts, on a second-hand bookstall in a street, even scholars were puzzled, and for a while supposed them to be Henry Vaughan's. But the prose was so obviously unlike his. Vaughan struggled bravely against the miseries of his day, but the writer of this newly found book passed them by in his joy at being alive in so incomparable a world as this, the world as God has made it, not as man has marred it. After much toil, Mr. Dobell proved that both prose and poetry were written by Thomas Traherne. From his earliest years he possessed wonderful gifts, enabling him to see and enjoy the beauties and glories of the natural world. Quote, "By the gift of God they attended me into the world, and by his special favor I remember them till now. Verily they seem the greatest gifts his wisdom could bestow, for without them all other gifts had been dead and vain. They are unattainable by book, and therefore I will teach them by experience. Certainly Adam in paradise had not more sweet and curious apprehensions of the world than I when I was a child. The corn was orient and immortal wheat, which never should be reaped, nor was ever sown. I thought it had stood from everlasting to everlasting. The dust and stones of the street were as precious as gold. The gates were at first the end of the world. The green trees, when I saw them first through one of the gates, transported and ravished me. Their sweetness and unusual beauty made my heart to leap, and almost mad with ecstasy. They were such strange and wonderful things. Boys and girls tumbling in the street and playing were moving jewels. I knew not that they were born or should die, but all things abided eternally as they were in their proper places. Eternity was manifest in the light of the day, and something infinite behind everything appeared, which talked with my expectation and moved my desire. The city seemed to stand in Eden, or to be built in heaven. The streets were mine, the temple was mine, the people were mine, their clothes and gold and silver were mine, as much as their sparkling eyes, fair skins, and ruddy faces. The skies were mine, and so were the sun and moon and stars, and all the world was mine, and I the only spectator and enjoyer of it. I knew no churlish proprieties, properties, nor bounds, nor divisions, but all proprieties and divisions were mine, all treasures and the possessors of them, so that with much ado I was corrupted, and made to learn the dirty devices of the world, which now I unlearn, and become, as it were, a little child again, that I may enter into the kingdom of God." Traherne's unsullied joy in nature is peculiar to him, not in kind, but in its intensity. Others have loved, but not in quite that passionate way. But his sense of real, as distinguished from legal or material ownership, has been shared by others. Vaughan, for example, under the title "The Importunate Fortune," had written these beautiful lines, quote, "I care not for your wondrous hat and purse, make me a Fortunatus with thy curse. Why dost thou tempt me with thy dirty ore, and with thy riches make my soul so poor? Is it best to be confined to some dark narrow chest, and idolize thy stamps," that is to say, the devices stamped upon gold coins, when I may be lord of all nature, and not slave to thee? The world's my palace. I'll contemplate there, and make my progress into every sphere. The chambers of the air are mine. Those 3 well-furnished stories, my possession be. I hold them all in capite, footnote, in my own right, end footnote, and stand propped by my fancy there, end quote. The same idea is found in one of Mr. J.C. Squire's poems. He is still writing poetry. Quote, "You are my sky. Beneath your encircling kindness, my meadows all take in the light and grow. Laugh with the joy you've given, the joy you've given, and open in 1,000 buds and blow." End quote. After the strife and passion of the 17th century, the 18th, which cared rather for the things of the head than of the heart, more for explanation and understanding than for admiration and pleasure, may strike us as dull and chilly. Its books were mainly concerned with the reasons of things. They dealt with the ways in which men think, the reasons why they should do this rather than that, with the best forms of government, with the soundest plans for increasing wealth, and so forth. We will not choose quotations from any of these, but draw instead from the great critic of books and writers, Dr. Johnson, and from that statesman whose political speeches rose to the highest levels of oratory. In choosing from Dr. Johnson's writings, it seems suitable to take an extract from his account of Sir Thomas Browne, not only because he is still in our minds, but because the passage itself, in its careful weighing of the man and his circumstances, is a very fine model of literary criticism. Quote, "It is not on the praise of others, but on his own writings that he is to depend for the esteem of posterity, of which he will not be easily deprived while learning shall have any reverence among men. For there is no science in which he does not discover some skill, and scarce any kind of knowledge, profane or sacred, abstruse or elegant, which he does not appear to have cultivated with success. His exuberance of knowledge and plenitude of ideas sometimes obstructs the tendency of his reasoning and the clearness of his decisions. On whatever subject he employed his mind, there started up immediately so many images before him that he lost one by grasping another. His memory supplied him with so many illustrations, parallel or dependent notions, that he was always starting into collateral considerations. But the spirit and vigor of his pursuit always gives delight, and the reader follows him without reluctance through his mazes, in themselves flowery and pleasing, and ending at the point originally in view. He fell into an age in which our language began to lose the stability which it obtained in the time of Elizabeth, and was considered by every writer as a subject on which he might try his plastic skill, by moulding it according to his own fancy. Milton, in consequence of this encroaching license, began to introduce the Latin idiom, and Browne, though he gave less disturbance to our structures and phraseology, yet poured in a multitude of exotic words. His style is indeed a tissue of many languages, a mixture of heterogeneous words brought together from distant regions, with terms originally appropriated to one art and drawn by violence into the service of another. He must, however, be confessed to have augmented our philosophical diction, and in defense of his uncommon words and expressions, we must consider that he had uncommon sentiments, and was not content to express in many words that idea for which any language could supply a single term." End quote. Nowadays, more people read than in Dr. Johnson's time, and they read a greater quantity. Nothing can be worse for anyone's mind than to read much and often without stopping to think and criticize. Criticism of what has been read is not only needed to push a person through some examination, or to help him to win credit for being clever, but it is mentally essential. To let the words of a book or magazine trickle over what we call our minds, with no more attention to it than a duck seems to pay to pond water running off its back, is to waste time and take the edge off our understanding. This passage from Johnson may at first seem hard. He used long, if not such exotic words as Brown's. But anyone who takes the trouble to read it carefully will see what sound sense it contains. Dr. Johnson gives Sir Thomas Browne all credit due to his knowledge and his use of it. He explains that his meandering and sometimes puzzling style is really the result of his desire to express everything that came tumbling into his mind. Then, lastly, he turns to the question of Browne's language, and having recalled the fact that English style itself was changing, and so left much freedom of choice to writers, he explains why the wise old doctor introduced so many foreign words. His sentences, like his thoughts, may be crowded and full of meaning, but he had no intention of filling his pages with a crowd of words, when, by coining a new one from some other language, he could say precisely what he had to say in one. Perhaps he had not fully realized how difficult it is to persuade some people to use a good dictionary and to use it constantly. Too often now, criticism is identified with finding fault. Johnson thought that a critic's main duty is to weigh and estimate, to unfold and to explain. Edmund Burke was the great political orator of the 18th century. In his Thoughts on the Present Discontents, in which his object was, as he said, to examine into the causes of public disorders, he discussed the party system, arguing that if any good was to be done in public affairs, men who agreed on the means of doing that good must work together; that if they broke off from those who thought and felt with them, trying to work singly, they were only wasting time and force. He then, in the following simple but vigorous sentences, taught the way of living and working in a community such as our country is. Quote, "I remember an old scholastic aphorism, footnote, that is to say, a maxim of the scholastic philosophy, the great system of thought built up by thinkers called the schoolmen in the 12th and 13th centuries," end footnote, which says that the man who lives wholly detached from others must be either an angel or a devil. When I see in any of these detached gentlemen of our times the angelic purity, power, and beneficence, I shall admit them to be angels. In the meantime, we are born only to be men. We shall do enough if we form ourselves to be good ones. It is therefore our business to cultivate in our minds, to rear to the most perfect vigor and maturity, every sort of generous and honest feeling that belongs to our nature, to bring the dispositions that are lovely in private life into the service and conduct of the commonwealth, so to be patriots as not to forget we are gentlemen, to cultivate friendships and to incur enmities, to have both strong but both selected, in the one to be placable, in the other immovable, to model our principles to our duties and our situations, to be fully persuaded that all virtue which is unpracticable is spurious, and rather to run the risk of falling into faults in a course which leads us to act with effect and energy, than to loiter out our days without blame and without use. Public life is a situation of power and energy. He trespasses against his duty who sleeps upon his watch, as well as he that goes over to the enemy." End quote. By enmities, Burke here means those which are political, not personal. He assumes that men will and must differ on public questions, and he says, quote, "I find it impossible to conceive that any one believes in his own politics, or thinks them to be of any weight, who refuses to adopt the means of having them reduced into practice." End quote. One of the consequences of having definite principles like this is disagreement with those who do not share them, but it need not lead to personal enmity. One of the finest passages in Burke's works occurs in his pamphlet, Reflections on the Revolution in France. Whether or no people admire the results of the French Revolution, whether or no they share Burke's precise opinions and feelings concerning Marie Antoinette, no one with ordinary humanity or any sense for fine literature can deny the dignified splendor of Burke's eloquence. Quote, "History, who keeps a durable record of all our acts, and exercises her awful censure over the proceedings of all sorts of sovereigns, will not forget either those events or the era of this liberal refinement in the intercourse of mankind. History will record that on the morning of the 6th of October, 1789, the King and Queen of France, after a day of confusion, alarm, dismay, and slaughter, lay down under the pledged security of public faith to indulge nature in a few hours of respite and troubled melancholy repose. From this sleep the Queen was first startled by the voice of the sentinel at her door, who cried out to her to save herself by flight, that this was the last proof of fidelity he could give, that they were upon him, and that he was dead. Instantly he was cut down. A band of cruel ruffians and assassins, reeking with his blood, rushed into the chamber of the Queen, and pierced with 100 strokes of bayonets and poniards the bed, from whence this persecuted woman had but just had time to fly almost naked, and through ways unknown to the murderers had escaped to seek refuge at the feet of a king and husband, not secure of his own life for a moment. I hear, and rejoice to hear, that the great lady has borne that day, and that she bears all the succeeding days, that she bears the imprisonment of her husband, and her own captivity, and the exile of her friends, and the insulting adulation of addresses, and the whole weight of her accumulated wrongs, with a serene patience, in a manner suited to her rank and race, and becoming the offspring of a sovereign distinguished for her piety and her courage; that like her she has lofty sentiments, that she feels with the dignity of a Roman matron, that in the last extremity she will save herself from the last disgrace, and that if she must fall, she will fall by no ignoble hand. It is now 16 or 17 years since I saw the Queen of France, then the Dauphiness, at Versailles, and Shirley never lighted on this orb, which she hardly seemed to touch, a more delightful vision. I saw her just above the horizon, decorating and cheering the elevated sphere she just began to move in, glittering like the morning star, full of life and splendor and joy. Oh, what a revolution! And what an heart must I have to contemplate without emotion that elevation and that fall! Little did I dream when she added titles of veneration to those of enthusiastic, distant, respectful love, that she should ever be obliged to carry the sharp antidote against disgrace concealed in that bosom. Little did I dream that I should have lived to see such disasters fallen upon her in a nation of gallant men, in a nation of men of honor and of cavaliers. I thought 10,000 swords must have leapt from their scabbards to avenge even a look that threatened her with insult. But the age of chivalry is gone. That of sophisters, economists, and calculators has succeeded, and the glory of Europe is extinguished forever. Never, never more shall we behold that generous loyalty to rank and sex, that proud submission, that dignified obedience, that subordination of the heart, which kept alive, even in servitude itself, the spirit of an exalted freedom. The unbought grace of life, the cheap defense of nations, the nurse of manly sentiment and heroic enterprise is gone. It is gone, that sensibility of principle, that chastity of honor, which felt a stain like a wound, which inspired courage while it mitigated ferocity, which ennobled whatever it touched, and under which vice itself lost half its evil by losing all its grossness." It is impossible in a small space to give an idea which can in any way be adequate of the prose of the 19th century in England. Theology, philosophy, scientific speculation, criticism, politics, social questions, art, industry, all these and more were its subject matter. We can but choose, with what skill we may, from the greatest or most characteristic writers. The first shall be Shelley, who, great poet as he was, showed in his Defense of Poetry the highest gifts of a maker of imaginative prose. Quote, "Poetry turns all things to loveliness. It exalts the beauty of that which is most beautiful, and it adds beauty to that which is most deformed. It marries exultation and horror, grief and pleasure, eternity and change. It subdues to union, under its light yoke, all irreconcilable things. It transmutes all that it touches, and every form moving within the radiance of its presence is changed by wondrous sympathy to an incarnation of the spirit which it breathes. Its secret alchemy turns to potable gold the poisonous waters which flow from death through life. It strips the veil of familiarity from the world, and lays bare the naked and sleeping beauty which is the spirit of its forms." End quote. As a rule, it is impossible to choose, for such a book as this, suitable quotations to illustrate the place and value in our literature of our English novels. The following extract, indeed, will hardly do that. But Lord Beaconsfield, though some people still seem not to recognize his power as a novelist, incontestably possessed an opulent imagination and the power of drawing pictures, so that, according to our several capacities, we can see what he saw. Tancred is not generally considered his finest novel, but it has many beautiful passages, among which this description of Jerusalem by moonlight is not the least lovely. Quote, "The broad moon lingers on the summit of Mount Olivet, but its beam has long left the Garden of Gethsemane and the tomb of Absalom, the waters of Kedron, and the dark abyss of Jehoshaphat. Full falls its splendor, however, on the opposite city, vivid and defined in its silver blaze. A lofty wall, with turrets and towers and frequent gates, undulates with the unequal ground which it covers, as it encircles the lost capital of Jehovah. It is a city of hills, far more famous than those of Rome, for all Europe has heard of Sion and Calvary, while the Arab and the Assyrian, and the tribes and nations beyond, are as ignorant of the Capitolian and Aventine mounts as they are of the Malvern or the Chiltern hills. The broad steep of Sion, crowned with the Tower of David, nearer still Mount Moriah, with the gorgeous temple of the God of Abraham, but built, alas, by the child of Hagar, and not by Sarah's chosen one. Close to its cedars and its cypresses, its lofty spires and airy arches, the moonlight falls upon Bethesda's pool. Farther on, entered by the gate of St. Stephen, the eye, though 'tis the noon of night, traces with ease the street of grief, a long winding ascent to a vast cupolaed pile that now covers Calvary, called the Street of Grief, because there the most illustrious of the human as well as of the Hebrew race, the descendant of King David, and the divine son of the most favored of women, twice sank under that burden of shame, which is now throughout all Christendom the emblem of triumph and honor, Jerusalem by moonlight. The moon has sunk behind the Mount of Olives, and the stars in the darker sky shine doubly bright over the sacred city. The all-pervading stillness is broken by a breeze that seems to have traveled over the plain of Sharon from the sea. It wails among the tombs and sighs among the cypress groves. The palm tree trembles as it passes, as if it were a spirit of woe. Is it the breeze that has traveled over the plain of Sharon from the sea, or is it the haunting voice of prophets mourning over the city they could not save? Their spirits surely would linger on the land where their Creator had deigned to dwell, and over whose impending fate Omnipotence had shed human tears. End quote. This is not the futile, fine writing of some man who has nothing to say, but who, all the same, wishes to say it splendidly. There are no purple patches. It is charged with reality and rests upon a passion-filled past. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 6, The Treatise, Part 4. We may turn from this too-neglected novelist to one of the most distinguished thinkers of the Victorian age, John Stuart Mill. His thought and writings covered many regions of human ideas and actions. For clearness, expressiveness, variety of language, and ingenuity in explanation, he was probably not surpassed by any, and equaled by very few of his contemporaries. As a rule, his subjects make extracts too difficult for a book like this. Yet, as some may think in an unlikely place, he once wrote a warning which we can all of us appreciate, and which shows not a little of the charm of his style. He was observing that it is impossible to increase wealth unlimitedly, and that, in consequence, a time must come on this earth when there will be no room for more people, because they would have nothing to live on. The world, he argued, is of a fixed size, and its capacities for yielding life's necessities must have limits. We must remember that he died too soon to know of some scientific discoveries which seem to promise ways and means of increasing the earth's powers of production. How far such powers can be extended we do not know. But, writing on the facts of his own experience, he urged that there must come what he called a stationary state. Then, reflecting on the fact that happiness does not depend upon multitudinous numbers, he wrote this praise of solitude. Quote, "A population may be too crowded, though all be amply supplied with food and raiment. It is not good for man to be kept perforce at all times in the presence of his species. A world from which solitude is extirpated is a very poor ideal. Solitude, in the sense of being often alone, is essential to any depth of meditation or of character, and solitude in the presence of natural beauty and grandeur is the cradle of thoughts and aspirations which are not only good for the individual, but which society could ill do without. Nor is there much satisfaction in contemplating the world with nothing left to the spontaneous activity of nature. with every rood of land brought into cultivation which is capable of growing food for human beings, every flowery waste or natural pasture plowed up, all quadrupeds or birds which are not domesticated for man's use exterminated as his rivals for food, every hedgerow or superfluous tree rooted out, and scarcely a place left where a wild shrub or flower could grow without being eradicated as a weed in the name of improved agriculture." End quote. People who call economics the dismal science would perhaps expect that such views and feelings should come not from a philosopher like Mill, but from some artist or art critic. In spite of the ugly furniture, ornaments, wallpapers, and other things in their houses, the Victorians cared supremely for some forms of beauty, for natural scenery, as Mill shows here, for magnificent literature, and for art and architecture, as another great prose writer, John Ruskin, showed. He is one of those 19th century writers who, having been perhaps overpraised in their lifetime, are now too much slighted. Some of us seem to be more like pendulums than creatures of balanced judgment, driving things too far in opposite directions. Whatever people think now of the matters about which Ruskin wrote, his prose style cannot be dismissed as negligible. He was a very great stylist. I have chosen a passage from his 7 Lamps of Architecture, not only because it is a fine one, but because it deals with a matter which all can understand, because it concerns us all, and which nowadays, as much as if not more than ever, we need to consider well, namely, the question of honest and fine craftsmanship. Ruskin was writing about the ornamenting of Gothic architecture, but what he says has a very plain meaning for everyone who makes anything. Quote, "I believe the right question to ask respecting all ornament is simply this: was it done with enjoyment? Was the carver happy while he was about it? It may be the hardest work possible, and the harder because so much pleasure was taken in it, but it must have been happy too, or it will not be living. There is a Gothic church lately built near Rouen, vile enough indeed in its general composition, but excessively rich in detail. Many of the details are designed with taste, and all evidently by a man who has studied old work closely. But it is all as dead as leaves in December. There is not one tender touch, not one warm stroke on the whole façade. The men who did it hated it, and were glad when it was done. And so long as they do so, they are merely loading your walls with shapes of clay. The garlands of everlastings in Père Lachaise, footnote, the great cemetery in Paris, end footnote, are more cheerful ornaments. You cannot get the feeling for paying for it. Money will not buy life. I am not sure even that you can get it by watching or waiting for it. But, at all events, one thing we have in our power, the doing without machine ornament and cast iron work. All the stamped metals and artificial stones and imitation woods and bronzes, over the invention of which we hear daily exultations, all the short and cheap and easy ways of doing, that whose difficulty is its honor, are just so many new obstacles in our already encumbered road. They will not make one of us happier or wiser. They will extend neither the pride of judgment nor the privilege of enjoyment. They will only make us shallower in our understandings, colder in our hearts, and feebler in our wits, and most justly. For we are not sent into this world to do anything into which we cannot put our hearts. We have certain work to do for our bread, and that is to be done strenuously; other work to do for our delight, and that is to be done heartily. Neither is to be done by halves or shifts, but with a will. And what is not worth this effort is not to be done at all. Perhaps all that we have to do is meant for nothing more than an exercise of the heart and will, and is useless in itself. But, at all events, the little use it has may well be spared if it is not worth putting our hands and our strengths to. It does not become our immortality to take an ease inconsistent with its authority, nor to suffer any instruments with which it can dispense to come between it and the thing it rules. And he who would form the creations of his own mind by any other instrument than his own hand would also, if he might, give grinding organs to heaven's angels to make their music easier. There is dreaming enough, and earthiness enough, and sensuality enough in human existence, without our turning the few glowing moments of it into mechanism. But since our life must at the best be but a vapor that appears for a little time and then vanishes away, let it at least appear as a cloud in the height of heaven, not as the thick darkness that broods over the blast of the furnace and rolling of the wheel." End quote. The English 19th century counted many historians among its writers. Not that they all wrote good prose, however great their historical gifts were. Possibly James Anthony Froude's prose style was his strongest point, for his accuracy has often been challenged. In his Short Studies on Great Subjects, he wrote an account of an English sailor, Captain John Davis, who was murdered by Japanese pirates in the 17th century. In the middle of his story, he breaks away from history proper into a reflection upon some lessons which may be learned from it, and particularly upon the use and value of suffering in human life. Quote, "Beautiful is old age, beautiful as the slow-dropping mellow autumn of a rich, glorious summer. In the old man, nature has fulfilled her work. She loads him with her blessings. She fills him with the fruits of a well-spent life, and surrounded by his children and his children's children, she rocks him slowly away to a grave to which he is followed with blessings. God forbid we should not call it beautiful. There is another life, hard, rough, and thorny, trodden with bleeding feet and aching brow, the life of which the cross is the symbol, a battle which no peace follows this side of the grave, which the grave gapes to finish before the victory is won. And, strange that it should be so, this is the highest life of man. Look back along the great names of history, there is none whose life has been other than this. They to whom it has been given to do the really highest work in this earth, whoever they are, Jew or Gentile, pagan or Christian, warriors, legislators, philosophers, priests, poets, kings, slaves, one and all, their fate has been the same. The same bitter cup has been given them to drink." End quote. Froude's view may seem on the surface a gloomy one, but it simply, as he says, tells the story which history confirms, that man can only triumph in life as a whole, and in life's great and small separate happenings, by and through real self-sacrifice. Things of worth have their price. Something is not, cannot be, had for nothing. Someone has to make it, or dig for it, or go up to the heavens for it, or think it out, and the greater the prize, the harder is the race. To some extent, at least, the simplest among us can see the reason. Which of us expects anything admirable from the sluggard? Which of us, in trouble, turns to the thoroughly selfish? However inaccurate in his details Froude may sometimes have been, he shows in this passage that he had read aright one main line in history's message to humanity. We are still too close to the last century to decide who was its greatest master of prose. I have tried, by choosing from a poet, a novelist, a philosopher, an artist, an historian, to show the great variety our prose literature exhibited. In the front rank of our writers, the great priest and scholar John Henry Newman must always be reckoned. There is in his writing a clearness, a light, a grace, and a kind of flexible strength which puts him in a place apart. We will not take instances from his sermons, nor from his philosophy, but from his fine and too little known historical sketches. Some of his best writing is to be found in them. Their comparatively simple matter makes them easy to be understood. The first is his description of a student, a freshman, at the great seat of learning, Athens, early in the 4th century before Christ. Here we learn what education was like more than 2,000 years ago. Quote, "Our freshman, where is he to lodge? Recollect, Athens was the home of the intellectual and beautiful, not of low mechanical contrivances and material organization. I suppose you did not come to Athens to swarm up a ladder or to grope about a closet. You came to see and to hear what hear and see you could not elsewhere. It was what the student gazed on, what he heard, what he caught by the magic of sympathy, not what he read, which was the education furnished by Athens. He leaves his narrow lodging early in the morning, and not till night, if even then, will he return. It is but a crib or kennel, in which he sleeps when the weather is inclement or the ground damp, in no respect a home. And he goes out of doors not to read the day's newspaper, or to buy the gay shilling volume, but to imbibe the invisible atmosphere of genius, and to learn by heart the oral traditions of taste. Out he goes, and leaving the tumble-down town behind him, he mounts the Acropolis to the right, or he turns to the Areopagus on the left. Onwards he proceeds still, and now he has come to that still more celebrated Academe, which has bestowed its own name on universities down to this day. And there he sees a sight which will be graven on his memory till he dies. Many are the beauties of the place, the groves and the statues and the temple, and the stream of the Cephasus flowing by. Many are the lessons which will be taught him day after day by teacher or by companion, but his eye is just now arrested by one object. It is the very presence of Plato. He does not hear a word that he says. He does not care to hear. He asks neither for discourse nor disputation. What he sees is a whole complete in itself, not to be increased by addition, and greater than anything else. It will be a point in the history of his life, a stay for his memory to rest upon, a burning thought in his heart, a bond of union with men of like mind ever afterwards. Such is the spell which the living man exerts on his fellows for good or for evil. A Spaniard is said to have traveled to Italy simply to see Livy. He had his fill of gazing, and then went back again home. Had our young stranger got nothing by his voyage but the sight of the breathing and moving Plato, had he entered no lecture room to hear, no gymnasium to converse, he had got some measure of education and something to tell of to his grandchildren. But Plato is not the only sage, nor the sight of him the only lesson to be learned in this wonderful suburb. It is the region and the realm of philosophy. Colleges were the invention of many centuries later, and they imply a sort of cloistered life, or at least a life of rule, scarcely natural to an Athenian. It was the boast of the philosophic statesman of Athens that his countrymen achieved by the mere force of nature and the love of the noble and the great what other people aimed at by laborious discipline, and all who came among them were submitted to the same method of education. We have traced our student in his wanderings from the Acropolis to the Sacred Way, and now he is in the region of the schools. No awful arch, no window of many-colored lights marks the seats of learning there or elsewhere. Philosophy lives out of doors. No close atmosphere oppresses the brain or inflames the eyelid. No long session stiffens the limbs. Epicurus is reclining in his garden. Zeno looks like a divinity in his porch. The restless Aristotle on the other side of the city, as if in antagonism to Plato, is walking his pupils off their legs in his Lyceum by the Ilissus." Perhaps some of us who know schools in our great cities, so close to tram lines and other heavy traffic that the windows cannot be freely opened if anything said in the classrooms is to be heard, some of us who contemplate the bare, arid, smutty playgrounds which are the relief offered in intervals between the different lessons, or who observe those open-air schools about which so much is said, though the composition of the said air is, wisely, not analyzed, may wonder why we do not learn some practical as well as intellectual lessons from these Greeks who found the ways of wisdom so many centuries ago. This other passage from Newman deals with a very different subject. It is simpler, too, in style. He wrote of the great monastic order founded by Saint Benedict of Nursia at Monte Cassino. About 530, he wrote his Rule, containing the principles on which the order's life was to be carried out. It was largely inspired by the practice and writings of the Christian monks in Egypt, especially of Saint Anthony and Saint Pachomius, who lived in the 3rd century, and of Saint Basil, who drew up his rule in the last half of the 4th. For nearly 1400 years, the Benedictine order has lived and worked. Saint Benedict's main object was the holy, dedicated, ordered lives of men and women. But their influence has gone further than their own community and has worked powerfully throughout the world. He commanded them to worship God, to give themselves to prayer and meditation, to work with hand and brain, to perfect their own lives, and, as opportunity offered, to help others. Carrying out his injunctions, they have numbered in their great family not only multitudes of religious men and women living by rule in the service of God, but they have founded and carried on great schools, teaching large numbers of boys and girls. They have produced scholars and authors. In some centuries, members of the order became statesmen. They have built cathedrals and other great churches, and their architecture seems to symbolize in its soaring grace the indestructible spirituality and intellectual strength of the order. When, from the 6th to the 12th centuries, Europe was devastated by war, the Benedictines in the quiet of their libraries saved many of the greatest Latin and Greek classics. Besides all this, working for their own subsistence, they have practiced and improved agriculture. No religious order can have succeeded more completely in giving scope for a holy, useful life to the humblest and simplest, as well as to the most gifted and learned. It is not easy to make a convincing picture of such a community in a short space, but in the following passage Newman has given a most winning description. Quote, "We are told to be like little children. And where shall we find a more striking instance than is here afforded us of that union of simplicity and reverence, that clear perception of the unseen, yet recognition of the mysterious, which is characteristic of the first years of human existence? To the monk, heaven was next door. He formed no plans, he had no cares. The ravens of his father Benedict were ever at his side. He went forth in his youth to his work and to his labor until the evening of life. If he lived a day longer, he did a day's work more. Whether he lived many days or few, he labored on to the end of them. He had no wish to see further in advance of his journey than where he was to make his next stage. He plowed and sowed, he prayed, he meditated, he studied, he wrote, he taught, he died, and then he went to heaven. He made his way into the labyrinthine forest, and he cleared just so much of space as his dwelling required, suffering the high solemn trees and the deep pathless thicket to close him in. And when he began to build, his architecture was suggested by the scene, and when he would employ his mind, he turned to Scripture, the book of books, and there he found a special response to the peculiarities of his vocation. Next, he read the Holy Fathers, and there again he recognized a like ungrudging profusion and careless wealth of precept and consolation. And when he began to compose, still he did so after that mode which nature and revelation had taught him, avoiding curious knowledge, writing not with the sharp logic of disputants, or the subtle analysis of philosophers, but with the one aim of reflecting in his pages, as in a faithful mirror, the words and works of the Almighty." End quote. In the later years of the Victorian period, one writer stood out from the rest as the maker of highly wrought, richly adorned prose, Walter Pater. He was a classical scholar, and besides had varied knowledge of Gothic architecture, of modern European literature, and of early Italian art. In this book he shall be represented by two passages about things more familiar than those to most English readers. English indeed are these pictures of the homes of two boys. The first, from The Child in the House, is colored probably by remembrance of his own childhood. Quote, "The old house really was an old house, and an element of French descent in its inmates might explain, together with other things, a noticeable trimness and comely whiteness about everything there. The curtains, the couches, the paint on the walls with which the light and shadow played so delicately, might explain also the tolerance of the great poplar in the garden, a tree most often despised by English people, but which French people love, having observed a certain fresh way its leaves have of dealing with the wind, making it sound in never so slight a stirring of the air, like running water. The old-fashioned low wainscoting went round the rooms, and up the staircase with carved balusters and shadowy angles, landing halfway up at a broad window, with a swallow's nest below the sill, and the blossoms of an old pear tree showing across it in late April against the blue, below which the perfumed juice of the find of fallen fruit in autumn was so fresh. At the next turning came the closet, which held in its deep shelves the best china. Little angel faces and reedy flutings stood out round the fireplace of the children's room, and on the top of the house, above the large attic, where the white mice ran in the twilight, an infinite unexplored wonderland of childish treasures, glass beads, empty scent bottles still sweet, thrum of colored silks among its lumber. A flat space of roof, railed round, gave a view of the neighboring steeples, for the house, as I said, stood near a great city, which sent up heavenwards over the twisting weather vanes not seldom its beds of rolling cloud and smoke, touched with storm or sunshine. So the child of whom I am writing lived on there quietly, things without thus ministering to him, as he sat daily at the window with the birdcage hanging below it, and his mother taught him to read, wondering at the ease with which he learned, and at the quickness of his memory. The perfume of the little flowers of the lime tree fell through the air upon them like rain, while time seemed to move ever more slowly to the murmur of bees in it, till it almost stood still on June afternoons." End quote. This needs no commendation to anyone who has loved home. It is, however, mainly a description of the house. Another of Pater's sketches deals with gardens, in which some other children passed their time in the sweet homeland of Sussex. Quote, "How they shook their musk from them, those gardens, among which the youngest son, but not the youngest child, grew up. The rippling note of the birds he distinguished so acutely seemed a part of this treeless place, open freely to sun and air, such as rose and carnation loved, in the midst of the old disafforested chase. Brothers and sisters, all alike were gardeners, methodically intimate with their flowers. You need words compact rather of perfume than of color to describe them, in nice annual order, terms for perfume as immediate and definite as red, purple, and yellow. Flowers there were which seemed to yield their sweetest in the faint sea salt, when the loosening wind was strong from the southwest. Some which found their way slowly towards the neighborhood of the old oaks and beech trees. Others consorted most freely with the wall fruit, or seemed made for potpourri to sweeten the old black mahogany furniture. The sweet pea stacks loved the broad path through the kitchen garden. The old-fashioned garden azalea was the making of a nosegay, with its honey which clung to one's fingers. There were flowers all the sweeter for a battle with the rain. A flower like aromatic medicine, another like summer lingering into winter. It ripened as fruit does, and another was like August, his own birthday time, dropped into March. The very mould here, rich old black gardener's earth, was flower seed, and beyond, the fields, one after another, through the white gates breaking the well-grown hedgerows, were hardly less garden-like. Little velvety fields, little with the true sweet English littleness of our little island, our land of vignettes." End quote. It is a long way from the beginnings of our prose far back in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle to this vivid, suggestive style of the 19th century. We pass from the very plain, unadorned origins, through the equally simple, yet far more expressive and delicately cadenced prose of Rolv and his contemporaries, though none quite equaled him in style and force, on through the romances and chronicles, to the early Elizabethans, and then in James's reign to that rendering of the Scriptures whose literary beauty a few faults of translation can nowise impair. We pass thence, through the majestic, poignant, or witty prose of the greater 17th century writers, and on to the satires and philosophy of the 18th, till finally, in the century we have just left, the volume of English prose swells into a great river, fed at countless points by inflowing streams. It is, to vary the image, like a vast treasure house left to us by our forebears. We may ransack its many chambers with whatever energy we have, but we cannot possibly exhaust its riches. Perhaps this comparatively tiny gleaning from its passing centuries may show some of us that while it is idle to dispute as to whether poetry or prose is the greater, each having its own place and uses, it is more than foolish not to search our great writers till we find something which is a consolation in drab days and adds light to sunshine hours. We may not care for the same things as our neighbors, there is no particular reason why we should, but we must be fastidious indeed, or dull beyond belief, if in these wide pastures we can find no little pleasant patch for our own self. End of Chapter 6, Part 4.
Chapter 7 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Sonnets. Of all forms of poetry, the lyric is perhaps the most natural and instinctive. It is easy to the majority of people to sing, somehow. From that, the step to singing in measured language seems to some a short one. As a nation grows in culture, the natural lyric becomes more elaborate, and rules for its structure begin to be made. Finally, lyrics split up into classes, those of sonnets and odes, for example. In the first chapter, a lyric was described as a poem about a single thought, feeling, or experience, as a song which comes from the heart, and which, while expressing the meaning of one person, appeals to many others. Of all forms of lyric, the sonnet is the most carefully ordered. It is bound by definite, they might be called rigid, rules. It deals very briefly with one main thought. The lyric proper had flourished in England for many generations before the sonnet was introduced. The sonnet's origin and birthplace is not precisely known. Provence and Sicily have been suggested. The latter is generally thought to have begun the use of Italian, as distinguished from Latin, for literary purposes. The Emperor Frederick II ruled the two Sicilies, and tried, being himself a scholar, to propagate learning in the southern part of Italy. Besides the classics, he cared for the vernacular Italian and French, which were beginning to replace Latin as the speech of everyday life. In his Sicilian court, he gathered round him all the scholars and writers whom he could attract, and it seems to have been there that poetical forms and meters, proper to Italian thought and speech, were worked out. If the beginnings of Italian poetry belonged to the Sicilies, it was brought to perfection in Tuscany, and there, in the 14th century, the sonnet was developed. When literature moved from Palermo to Florence, it gave up not only the house of Swabia for true Italians, but it changed court life for that of the people. Poetry was no longer the recreation of princes and courtiers who wrote poetry for each other, but it became the possession of the populace, who listened to and enjoyed the poetry which had sprung from their own midst. During the 13th century, one or two individuals worked at the sonnet forms. Fra Guittone di Arezzo, 1230 to 1294, seems to have been the first to seize on and partially perfect the sonnet, which he used, as it should be, for the setting forth of a single thought or feeling. Dante, however, speaks of him as one of the poets whom other men praised without sufficient reason. To rumor rather than to truth they turn their faces, and then do fix their opinions ere art or reason is listened to by them. So did many of our fathers with Guittoni, shouting in turn and praising him alone. It was Petrarca (1304 to 1374) who fixed the form of the typical Italian sonnet. Like Fra Guittoni, he belonged to Arezzo in Tuscany. The main features of the sonnet, as he regulated it, are the fixed number of lines, 14, the balance of the poem, and the rhyme arrangement. The 14 lines, of 10 syllables each, are divided into the octave, containing the first 8, and the sestet, containing the last 6. The octave should pause slightly at the end of the first quatrain, and more definitely at the close of the second. The Italian form only admitted 2 rhyme sounds in the octave. The first, 4th, 5th, and 8th lines ended with one of these, the second, 3rd, 6th, and 7th with the other. As the octave was equally divided into 2 quatrains, so was the sestet into 2 tercets. More license in rhyming is now allowed in the sestet. Sometimes 2, sometimes 3 rhyme sounds are permitted, and they are not always arranged in the same order. The typical Petrarchan sonnet allowed 3 sounds, rhyming the first and 4th lines, the second and 5th, the 3rd and 6th. During the 15th century, a few Englishmen traveled in Italy, the main attraction being the revival of learning, owing to the rediscovery of the classics. The revival began in Italy. Petrarca gave it a great impetus, and it was fostered by intellectually, if not always morally, enlightened princes, in the small Italian courts, by the Republic of Florence, by scholars who escaped from Constantinople, and by great Italian scholars, like John of Ravenna, Peter Paul Virgilius, Luigi Marsegli, Gasparino da Barizza, Poggio Bracciolini, Filelfo Victorino da Feltre, Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, afterwards Pope Pius II, and others. Among the first, if not the first Englishman to become aware of the new learning in Italy was Richard de Bury, tutor of Edward III when the latter was Prince of Wales. De Bury was twice sent as English ambassador to Pope John XXII. On his way he met Petrarca at Avignon. In 1345 he finished his Philobiblion, the Love of Books, in Latin. This was printed at Cologne in 1485. From the first sentence of his opening chapter we may learn an English scholar's view of wisdom. The desirable treasure of wisdom and science, which all men desire by an instinct of nature, infinitely surpasses all the riches of the world, in respect of which precious stones are worthless, in comparison with which silver is as clay and pure gold is as a little sand, at whose splendor the sun and moon are dark to look upon, compared with whose marvelous sweetness honey and manna are bitter to the taste. Where dost thou chiefly lie hidden, O most elect treasure? And where shall thirsting souls discover thee? Certes, thou hast placed thy tabernacle in books. De Bury is something of an optimist in supposing that all men desire wisdom by an instinct of nature. It seems difficult for some scholars to realize that wisdom is the very last thing many desire with what an economist calls an effective demand, or, in other words, with willingness to pay its price. Early in the 15th century, 1415, Henry Beaufort attended the Council of Constance, and there he met the famous Italian scholar Poggio. 20 years later, Aeneas Silvius traveled through parts of England and Scotland, more or less incognito. He was not greatly impressed, and he thought the northerners specially barbarous. He kept a record of his travels, and among other odd bits of information, he solemnly stated that the men of Stroud in Gloucestershire were all born with tails. Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, a serious student of Italian, obtained native teachers to help him with that and with Latin. He became a great collector of books, and on his death in 1447, left his library to the University of Oxford. John Tiptoft, Earl of Worcester, was another eager collector of books. He, too, travelled to Italy and on to Palestine. On his way home, he stayed in Italy, listening to great scholars who were lecturing in Padua, Florence, and Ferrara, the latter distinguished by the brilliant court of the House of Este, famous patrons of learned men and women. Other English students who visited Italy were William Gray, John Frias, a poor scholar of Bristol whom Tiptoft probably helped with money. Free invited another Englishman, John Gunthorpe, to Ferrara. They were joined by a third, Robert Fleming, Dean of Lincoln. All this travelling opened up good relations between the two countries, and when Henry VIII came to the throne in 1509, admiration for Italian learning and literature was firmly established in England. However disappointingly bad Henry became in later years, we have to remember that at his accession, the scholars of his day, for example, Thomas More and Erasmus, were full of high expectations concerning him. When Henry was only 9 years old, More took Erasmus to see the royal children in their nursery, and the latter, writing to Prince Henry, closed his letters thus: "Farewell, and may good letters be illustrated, rendered more shining, by your splendor, protected by your authority, and fostered by your liberality." This growth of vernacular literatures in Europe is a matter of great importance. Throughout the Middle Ages, learned men of different nations spoke and wrote to each other in the common language of the learned, Latin. The supreme place of this language can be guessed from this fact. Today, if we are called on to judge dishonorable conduct, we sometimes dismiss it with the remark, "It was not cricket." In the Middle Ages scholars expressed the same opinion by calling it false Latin. The first Englishmen who made literary use in England of the knowledge they had gained abroad were Sir Thomas Wyatt (1503 1542) and the Earl of Surrey (circa 1517 1547), who, while they were in Italy, had learned to know and appreciate Petrarca's work. On their return to England they wrote many sonnets, which were eventually collected in a book called Toddle's Miscellany. Though they had been inspired by Petrarca, they disregarded his rhyme arrangement in the following sonnet, written by Surrey. He has only 2 rhyme sounds, all through, both in octave and sestet. The suit (sweet) season that bud and bloom forth brings, with green hath clad the hill and eke the vale. The nightingale with feathers new she sings. The turtle (dev) to her mate hath told her tale. Summer is come, for every spray now springs. The hart hath hung his old head on the pail. The buck and brake his winter coat he flings. The fishes flate with new repaired scale. The adder all her sloth away she slings. The swift swallow pursueth the flies small. The busy bee her honey now she mings. Winter is worn that was the flower's bale, and thus I see among these pleasant things, each care decays, and yet my sorrow springs. It may seem at first as if this sonnet not only breaks the rules of form, but does not fulfill the important requirement of having one main thought. Yet, though the facts are rather catalogued, the leading motive is that in the midst of the passing away of all wintry pains, the poet's sorrow is quite untouched by the joy of returning spring. Sir Philip Sidney (1554 1556) more nearly used the true Italian form, but he, too, allowed himself license as to the placing of the rhymes in the sestet. As a rule he rhymed the 9th and 11th, the 10th and 12th, and the 13th and 14th. His sonnet "To Sleep" is a typical example of his matter and form. Come, sleep, oh sleep, the certain knot of peace, the baiting place of wit, the balm of woe, the poor man's wealth, the prisoner's release, the indifferent judge between the high and low. With shield of proof shield me without the prease (pressure) of those fierce darts despair at me doth throw. O make in me those civil wars to cease. I will good tribute pay if thou do so. Take thou of me smooth pillows, sweetest bed, a chamber deaf to noise or blind to light, a rosy garland and a weary head. And if these things as being thine by right, move not thy heavy grace, thou shalt in me livelier than elsewhere Stella's image see. Though Sidney rhymes as he will, he is careful about the pauses at the end of the quatrains. So far as form is concerned, this sonnet is an advance on Surrey's To Spring. The rhymed couplet at the close of the sestet is a breach of Italian rules, but has become characteristic of the English sonnet form, which is called Shakespearean. Surrey, Sidney and Spenser all practice this form, though of the three Spenser experimented most freely. His arrangement of rhymes is his own. He rhymes the first and third lines, the second, fourth, fifth, and seventh, the sixth, eighth, ninth, and 11th, the 10th and 12th, and then ends with a rhymed couplet. His 16th sonnet, where he described the little archers of love who lived in his lady's eyes, may serve as an example of his sonnet form, and not less of his sonnet's beauty of matter. One day as I unwarily did gaze on those fair eyes, my love's immortal light, the whiles my 'stonished heart stood in amaze, through sweet illusion of her look's delight, I mote perceive how in her glancing sight legions of loves with little wings did fly, darting their deadly arrows fiery bright, at every rash beholder passing by. One of those archers closely did I spy, aiming his arrow at my very heart, when suddenly with twinkle of her eye, the damsel broke his misintended dart. Had she not so done, sure I had been slain, yet, as it was, I hardly 'scaped with pain. Sir Walter Raleigh, 1552 1618, wrote one great sonnet on Spenser's Faerie Queen. His form is, no doubt, highly irregular. He does not divide his poem into octave and sestet. He admits no less than 7 rhymed sounds, whereas Spenser was content with 5. However far his arrangement of them might be from the typical Italian form, we always should remember that the whole Elizabethan age was one of adventure and experiment. This spirit spread to the literary men. They knew they had learned much, and that of great value, from Italy, but they did not allow themselves to forget that there is such a thing as national genius. However irregular Raleigh's sonnet may be, it has its place in our literature. Methought I saw the grave where Laura lay, within that temple where the vestal flame was wont to burn, and passing by that way to see that buried dust of living fame, whose tomb fair love and fairer virtue kept, all suddenly I saw the Faerie Queen, at whose approach the soul of Petrarch wept, and from thenceforth those graces were not seen, for they this queen attended, in whose stead oblivion laid him down on Laura's hearse. Here at the hardest stones were seen to bleed, and groans of buried ghosts the heavens did pierce, when Homer's sprite did tremble all for grief, and cursed the access of that celestial thief. Samuel Daniel, 1562 1619, and Michael Drayton, 1563 1631, further developed the English or Shakespearean type of sonnet, using 6 and even 7 rhymed sounds. But it was left for Shakespeare to perfect this typical English form of sonnet. In his hands the octave and sestet divisions disappear. He uses 3 quatrains and a rhymed couplet. The problem, to whom did he address these sonnets, has never been solved. They remain to show us that, quite apart from his dramatic genius, he had also lyrical genius, a rare sense of melody, a penetrating insight, and passionate emotions, qualities in which no other poet has surpassed him. In the whole range of English poetry, abundantly rich though it is in the expression of unquenchable love, can there be found lines more perfect, more passion-laden, more musical than these? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate, Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest, nor shall death brag thou wondrous in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. Anyone can see that Shakespeare observes no sonnet rules save that he keeps to 14 lines of 10 syllables each. Pauses, divisions, order of rhymes are all disregarded, and the proper comment may be found in Henry V's reminder to Kathryn of France, "O Kate, nice customs curtsy to great kings." Therefore, Shakespeare molded the English sonnet, or one form of it rather, as his genius led him. His sequence of 154 poems has love for its subject. In choosing from them, we will take him in an hour of confidence, in one of doubt, and close with his sonnet of immortal love. The 25th discloses him at a moment when he is sure that his love is returned. Let those who are in favor with their stars of public honor and proud titles boast, whilst I, whom fortune of such triumphs bars, unlooked for joy in that I honor most. Great princes' favorites their fair leaves spread, but as the marigold at the sun's eye, and in themselves their pride lies buried, for at a frown they in their glory die. The painful warrior famous for fight, after 1,000 victories once foiled, is from the book of honor raised quite, and all the rest forgot for which he toiled. Then happy I, that love and am beloved, where I may not remove nor be removed. Then, in the 91st sonnet, he confessed to an hour of despondency and fear. Some glory in their birth, some in their skill, some in their wealth, some in their body's force, some in their garments, though new-fangled ill. Footnote: in Shakespeare's time many Englishmen borrowed ideas for clothes from foreign countries. In Richard II he spoke of report of fashions in proud Italy, whose manners still are tardy. Apish nation limps after in base imitation. Some in their hawks and hounds, some in their horse. And every humour hath its adjunct pleasure, wherein it finds a joy above the rest. But these particulars are not my measure. All these I better in one general best. Thy love is better than high birth to me, richer than wealth, prouder than garments cost, of more delight than hawks or horses be. And having thee, of all men's pride I boast, wretched in this alone, that thou mayest take all this away and me most wretched make. Yet, beneath all accidents, proof against all temptations, invincible in all dangers, there remains that love which many waters cannot quench, and, rising above his individual confidence or distrust, Shakespeare, in his 116th sonnet, wrote of love indestructible. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no, it is an ever fixed mark, that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within the bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ nor no man ever loved. Milton, who was well acquainted with Italian literature, took pains, at times, to observe the Petrarchian arrangement of rhymes, but he disregarded the rule of making a definite pause or break, in music and in thought, after the octave. Equally he discarded the Shakespearean form of 3 quatrains and a rhymed couplet. His perhaps best known sonnet, On His Blindness, is an excellent example of his form, called, after him, the Miltonic. It should be remembered that, believing it to be his duty to serve his country as Latin secretary under the Commonwealth, he had not only given up all leisure and energy for writing the poetry which he had planned as his life's work, but sacrificed his eyesight too. When I consider how my light is spent ere half my days in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide, Doth God exact day labor, light denied? I fondly ask, but patience, to prevent that murmur, soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts. Who best bear his mild oak, they serve him best. His state is kingly, thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest. They also serve who only stand and wait. In this sonnet, the rhyme placing is correctly Petrarchan, but there is no pause whatever at the end of the first quatrain. Also, at the close of the octave, it is essential to the sense of the words to run on the sound, though there is no stop at bent. A slight break in sound might be permissible, but any break after prevent makes nonsense. In 5 only of his 16 English sonnets does Milton observe this strict Petrarchan form. In most of the others he has but 2 rhyme sounds in the sestet. It has often been urged that in the sphere of creative work, whether poetry, painting, sculpture, architecture, or whatever it may be, no woman has yet reached the front rank. Among poetic forms, the sonnet stands apart, depending essentially on the wedding of beautiful thought and very delicate, highly wrought form. Here, surely, a woman might hope to succeed. Anyhow, there are critics who maintain that Mrs. Meynell's Renouncement is one of the greatest English sonnets. Dante Gabriel Rossetti declared it to be one of the 3 finest ever written by women, leaving aside these questions of relative merit, which, after all, cannot be settled to everyone's satisfaction. It can be said without fear of contradiction that its workmanship is perfect, and its thoughts delicately true. The form is purely Petrarchan. I must not think of thee, and, tired yet strong, I shun the thought that lurks in all delight, the thought of thee, and in the blue heaven's height, and in the sweetest passage of a song. Oh, just beyond the fairest thoughts that throng this breast, the thought of thee waits, hidden yet bright, but it must never, never come in sight. I must stop short of thee the whole day long. But when sleep comes to close each difficult day, when night gives pause to the long watch I keep, and all my bonds I needs must loose apart, must doff my will as raiment laid away, with the first dream that comes with the first sleep I run, I am gathered to thy heart. Here we find the due pauses in sound and sense, the traditional rhyme placing, and the climax of the closing line. It was published in Mrs. Meynell's Preludes in 1875. Like Shakespeare, Milton had worked out a form of his own. In half his sonnets, the 2nd, 8th, 9th, 10th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 20th, and 21st, he makes a definite pause at the end of the octave, but only in the 2nd, on his being arrived at the age of 23, in the 15th, to General Fairfax, and in the 21st, to Syriac Skinner, does he definitely introduce that kind of new thought which makes the sestet a climax to the whole poem. So far, we have arrived at 3 sonnet forms to be found in our literature. The first is the Petrarchan, with its carefully arranged rhymes, a pause after the first quatrain, and its definite break in sound and sense at the octave's end. An excellent example in English is Milton's To Syriac Skinner. Syriac, whose grandsire on the royal bench of British Themis, with no mean applause, pronounced, and in his volumes taught, our laws, which others at their bar so often wrench. Today deep thoughts resolve with me to drench in mirth that after no repenting draws. Let Euclid rest, and Archimedes pause, and what the Swede intend, and what the French. To measure life learn thou betimes, and know toward solid good what leads the nearest way. For other things mild heaven a time ordains, and disapproves that care, though wise in show, that with superfluous burden loads the day, and, when God sends a cheerful hour, refrains. Secondly, we have found the Shakespearean sonnet made up of 3 quatrains and a rhymed couplet, and thirdly, the Miltonic, which, as a rule, whether it preserves the Petrarchan rhyme order or the Shakespearean freedom of rhyme, disregards the important rule of a break at the octave. The question arises, why should there ever have been insistence on this break, since 2 poets of the rank of Shakespeare and Milton disregarded it? Theodore Watts, a minor poet, but a penetrating critic of the 19th century, defended Petrarca's arrangement on the ground that it accords with nature's laws, which, so far as we can observe, do not govern the world on a process of perpetual movement onward, or progress as some call it, but are always an ebb and flow, a gathering up which will break presently, an advance and a retreat. Meditating by the sea, with the sound of the forward sweep and the backwash of the tide in his ears, Mr. Watts wrote this sonnet on the sonnet, in which he discards precision of traditional rhyme, but carefully preserves the divisions of sound and sense, especially at the octave's close. Yon silvery billows breaking on the beach fall back and foam beneath the starshine clear, the while my rhymes are murmuring in your ear, a restless love like that the billows teach. For on these sonnet waves my soul would reach from its own depths, and rest within you, dear, as through the billowy voices yearning here, great nature strives to find a human speech. A sonnet is a wave of melody, from heaving waters of the impassioned soul a billow of tidal music one and whole flows in the octave, then returning free, its ebbing surges in the sestet roll back to the deeps of life's tumultuous sea. Back to the deep. Thus, by an example, he showed the underlying reason of the traditional Italian form. Wordsworth, in his sonnet on the sonnet, proclaimed its use and function, dealing not with its outward form, but with its contents and purpose. Scorn not the sonnet, critic, you have frowned, mindless of its just honors. With this key Shakespeare unlocked his heart. The melody of this small lute gave ease to Petrarch's wound. 1,000 times this pipe did Tasso sound, with its camins soothed an exile's grief. The sonnet glittered a gay myrtle leaf amid the cypress with which Dante crowned his visionary brow, a glow-worm lamp. It cheered mild Spenser, called from fairyland to struggle through dark ways, and when a damp fell round the path of Milton, in his hand the thing became a trumpet whence he blew soul-animating strains, alas, too few. The 18th and 19th century sonneteers, like Wordsworth here, paid little attention to the Petrarchan rules. After all, each nation has its own genius, and is free to work out its poetical methods. Of all European races, perhaps Englishmen have least patience with inflexible rules. The result has been, in this matter of sonnet making, a wide liberty, which has ended in fine achievement. Shakespeare's sonnets, Spenser's, some of Wordsworth's, such, for example, as Westminster Bridge, earth has not anything to show more fair, or Dover beach, inland, within a hollow oak, I stood, or his call to Milton, Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour, England hath need of thee. All these are unsurpassed as poetry. There are other collections of English sonnets, for instance, Rossetti's House of Life, Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, Wilfred Scawen Blunt's Love Sonnets of Proteus, and a few of Christina Rossetti's, which have become indestructible, inseparable parts of our literature. Here and there, an otherwise minor poet has won fame by a single great sonnet, as Blanco White did with Night and Death, which Coleridge considered the finest and most grandly conceived sonnet in our language. Mysterious night, when our first parent knew thee from report divine, and heard thy name, did he not tremble for this lovely frame, this glorious canopy of light and blue? Yet 'neath a curtain of translucent dew, bathed in the rays of the great setting flame, Hesperus with the host of heaven came, and lo! creation widened in man's view. Who could have thought such darkness lay concealed within thy beams, O sun? Or who could find, whilst flower and leaf and insect stood revealed, that to such countless orbs thou madest us blind? Why do we then shun death with anxious strife? If light can thus deceive, wherefore not life? Again, others, whose main work may have lain in other poetical forms, have written a few fine sonnets, like Keats and Matthew Arnold. William Watson, still living among us, has never received the general acceptance which, among his admirers, seems due to him. He is not in the first rank of poets. It might even be admitted that very often his thought is thinner than is suitable to the perfection of his workmanship. But he has written beautiful poetry, and, in an age constantly tending to slipshod, go as you please fashions, he has never published crude, unfinished, unpolished verse. The more delicate poetic forms, such as the sonnet and the quatrain, naturally appealed to him. A large number of his sonnets were on political subjects, about which a majority of his countrymen took the side opposite to his. But whatever men's politics, they should not let passion blind their poetic taste. It is difficult to know which to choose. In the Armenian collection, the Sonnet to Gladstone and the Knell of Chivalry are both true poetry. In an earlier volume there occurs the fine sonnet addressed to France, on the day after the assassination of President Carnot. Perhaps, as both concern matters still of burning moment, room may be made here for the first and the last. This is Watson's invocation to Gladstone, the tired lion, in retirement. Speak once again, with that great note of thine, hero withdrawn from senates and their sound, unto thy home by Cambria's northern bound. Speak once again, and wake a world supine. Not always, not in all things, was it mine to follow where thou ledst. But who hath found another man so shod with fire, so crowned with thunder, and so armed with wrath divine? Lift up thy voice once more. The nation's heart is cold as Anatola's mountain snows. Oh, from these alien paths of base repose call back thy England, ere thou to depart, ere, on some secret mission, thou to start with silent footsteps, whither no man knows. The other might seem strange to those who only knew of the comradeship of France and England during the Great War, yet that friendship was a late born, and alas, somewhat tender plant, tenderer than those who love both countries like to think it. Light-hearted heroine of tragic story, nation whom storm on storm of ruining fate unruined leaves. Nay, fairer, more elate, hungrier for action, more athirst for glory. World-witching queen, from fiery floods and gory rising eternally regenerate, clothed with great deeds and crowned with dreams more great, spacious as fancy's boundless territory. Little thou lovest our island, and perchance thou heedest as little her reluctant praise. Yet let her, in these dark and bodeful days, sinking old hatreds 'neath the sundering brine, immortal and indomitable France, marry her tears, her alien tears, to thine. Once more, occasionally an author known principally as a novelist may write a strikingly beautiful sonnet, like this of Hall Caine. Where lies the land to which thy soul would go? Beyond the wearied wold, the songless dell, the purple grape and golden asphodel, beyond the zone where streams baptismal flow. Where lies the land of which thy soul would know? There where the unvexed senses darkling dwell, where never haunting, hurrying footfall fell, where toil is not, nor builded hope laid low. Rest, rest, to thy hushed realm how one by one old earth's tired ages steal away, and weep, forgotten or unknown, long duty done. Ah God, when death in seeming peace shall steep life's loud turmoil, and time his race hath run, shall heart of man at length find rest and sleep? At the beginning of this chapter attention was drawn to the heavy debt which the Elizabethans owed to Italian literature, which itself rose out of the rediscovery in the 13th and following centuries of Greek and Roman classics. No small factor in the spread of the new learning in England was the refounding, about the year 1512, of St. Paul's School by the Dean, John Colet, friend of the 16th century's finest scholar, Erasmus, and of Sir Thomas More, saint, scholar, and wit. Lawrence Binyon, on the occasion of the 4th centenary of that refounding, wrote a sonnet which seems to close appropriately this short account of a form of poem which drew so much inspiration from the Italian Renaissance. When the long clouded spirit of Europe drew life from Greek springs, frost could no longer bind, and old truth shone like fresh dawn on the blind. Our founder sowed his pregnant seed. He knew no crabbed rule, rather he chose a clue that should emband us of our historied kind comrades, and keep us in a morning mind. Since to the wise learning is always new, in faith and letters he enshrined his light. Faith, the divine adventure that holds on through this world's forest into worlds unknown, and letters, that since speech on earth began, as one unended sentence burning right, the hope, the triumph, and the tears of man. The sonnet is not, as the lyric or ballad is, a form of spontaneous, impulsive song. It is at once the task and the joy of a craftsman. Probably it will never be popular, but it will remain always dear to the artist. At its worst, it is worthless. At its best, it touches perfection. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathryn Phipps. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. The Drama. A drama or play may be written in prose or poetry. It may handle the grave or the funny side of life, or the two intermingled. In its beginning, so far back as men have traced, the drama was connected with religion. This was the case in England too. Our plays probably began late in the 11th century. Their main purpose, like that of the cathedral sculptors, discussed in an earlier chapter, was to teach the great truths of the Christian religion to that multitudinous populace who had no books, and could not read them in any case. In the writing schools of the monasteries, manuscripts, whether for the use of the church or of learning, were laboriously copied manually by the monks. Obviously, the circulation of books was therefore limited. The miracle plays of the 13th century are believed to have developed out of liturgical tropes, French in origin. These, at first, were an embellishment or elaboration of certain parts of the Mass, of the Introit, the processional psalm, before it, of the Gradual or Grail, before the Gospel, of the Kyrie, of the Gloria. By the middle of the 10th century, these tropes were numerous, not only in France, but in England and Italy, and less frequently in Germany. By the 13th century, they were falling into disuse, save that tropes to the Kyrie lasted in France to the 16th century. Their connection with the drama arose out of their use at Christmas and Easter, when, leaving their original purpose, they grew into dramatic scenes, acted by priests in the course of the Mass. From this use, the step to religious drama out of the Mass, for purposes of teaching, was a short and obvious one. The calendar of the Church, with its perpetual greater and smaller festivals, provided plenty of occasions and subjects. The great feasts, Christmas, Easter, Ascension-tide, Whitsuntide and Corpus Christi, sufficed as days when the foundation truths of Christianity should be placed dramatically before those who could not read. Thus, they saw and heard the story of the Incarnation, of the Passion, Resurrection and Ascension, of the feasts of the Holy Spirit, and of the Blessed Sacrament. On the lesser festivals, they saw acted and listened to the stories of the deeds and sufferings of their brethren, the great saints, doctors, martyrs, confessors of the days before their own. Besides all this, the human, most vivid and picturesque stories of Old Testament times afforded abundant material for teaching religion and right conduct. At first, these plays were acted by the clergy. Later, in the 13th and 14th centuries, the ordinary townspeople and workmen banded themselves together in guilds and acted themselves. The plays were given occasionally on stationary stages, generally on large carts, carrying a 2-storied stage which could travel about the country. Naturally, these people mixed up their own ideas, French, Italian, English, with the scenes, thoughts and actions of the people of Palestine, whether before or after our Lord's time. When Shakespeare made his mob in Coriolanus, or Julius Caesar, or the Athenian workmen in A Midsummer Night's Dream, just the English working people whom he knew so well, he was only following the customs of these early miracle plays and of the mysteries, as they were called, of the 15th century. These plays developed earlier in France than in England. As we have found none earlier than 1066, it is very possible that we borrowed the idea from the Norman French, who settled down among us and said they had conquered us. In England, the religious plays of the 12th to the 14th centuries seem to have been called miracle plays. A very early one, on the life of St. Kathryn of Alexandria, was performed at Dunstable at the beginning of the 12th century. 4 different sets of miracle plays have come down to us: the Townley, the Chester, the Coventry and the York. Of the first set, only 1 manuscript has been found, belonging to the Townley family. These were performed at Wakefield. There are 30 of them. At York, the pageant place for the representation of the York plays, of which there were 48, was on the site of the present Great Northern Railway Station. Next in number comes the Coventry set with 42 plays, while Chester had 24. Most of these plays were given on the unwieldy-looking house carts, carrying a platform on wheels which bore a 2-storied stage. Some of them were played, as a kind of monopoly, by definite sets of craftsmen, like the 3 Kings of Cologne, which was in the hands of the plumbers, glaziers and goldsmiths of Newcastle upon Tyne. These craft guilds competed keenly over the production of good dramatic work, as many guilds did in the work of cathedral building and adornment. For instance, the glorious painted windows in the cathedrals of Bourges, Chartres and Le Mans are, severally, gifts of a number of trade or craft guilds, among them being furriers, weavers, drapers, builders, tanners, etc. In York Minster, one of the nave aisle windows is believed to have been given by a guild of bell founders. These 4 cathedrals, 5 if we add Canterbury, possess the finest medieval glass in the world. We, in this later age, may wisely reflect on the happier conditions of the Middle Ages, when the tradespeople and craftsmen gave their gifts and their energy to the great arts of drama and glass painting. Looking on at cinema shows and league matches seems but a dull substitute. Our earliest English miracle play, The Harrowing of Hell, is one of the Townley set. Its subject is the tradition of our Lord's descent into hell to rescue those souls who belong to him. The personages of this drama are our Lord, Adam and Eve, the old prophets Moses and Isaiah, the last of the prophets, St. John Baptist, King David and St. Simeon, with Robole, Beelzebub and Satan. In a conversation between Jesus Christ and Satan, the latter was unaware that our Lord was incarnate God. At last our Lord revealed this secret. Thou wicked fiend, let be thy noise. My Father dwells in heaven on high, in bliss that never more shall cease. I am his only Son, his foreword to fulfill. Together will we dwell or asunder when we will. Satan's utter surprise and immediate realization that he can no longer make any defense is expressed in 4 lines of quaint simplicity. God's Son? Nay, then mightest thou be glad, because no chattels needest thou crave, but thou hast lived always like a lad, in sorrow and as a simple knave. In a play from the Chester set called Abraham, Melchizedek and Isaac, God the Father appeared as one of the characters, promising Abraham a son. The later dialogue between Abraham and Isaac, as they travel together to the hill of sacrifice, is most humanly real and pathetic. Again and again, as Isaac asks who is the victim, or, having learned, begs for mercy, Abraham cries, "Oh, my heart will break in 3. The Harrowing of Hell was an Easter play. The Townley, or Wakefield, shepherd's play, and the Coventry nativity play, of course, belonged to the Christmas festival. The opening speech of the first shepherd in the shepherd's play sounds more like the life on English downs and wolds than in Bethlehem's fields. Lord, what! These weathers are cold, and I am ill-happed. I am near hand numb, so long have I napped. My legs bend and fold, my fingers are chapped. It is not as I would, for I am all lapped in sorrow, in storms and tempest, now in the east, now in the west. Woe is him has never rest, midday nor morrow. In the Coventry nativity play, the shepherds, warned by the star, started for the crib, and altogether they said, "Brother, look up, and behold, what thing is yonder that shineth so bright? As long as ever I have watched my fold, yet never saw I such a sight in field." And then, as they actually approached the crib, they sang this merry little Christian song. As I rode out this endearest night, of the 3 jolly shepherds I saw a sight, and all about their fold a star shone bright. They say turly turlo, so merrily the shepherds their pipes can blow. Later on, the 3 kings, Sir Jasper, king of Taurus, Sir Balthazar, king of Araby, and Sir Melchior, king of Agonara, appeared, having at last seen the star for which they had so long watched. The 3rd king prayed as they rode. I ride wandering in ways wide, over mountains and vales, I wot not where I am. Now, King of all kings, send me such guide, that I may have knowledge of this country's name. At last the kings found the crib, and kneeling, with their gifts, in turn addressed the Holy Child. Jasper. Hail, Lord, that all this world hath wrought. Hail, God and man together in fear. For thou hast made all things of naught, albeit that thou liest poorly here. A cup full of gold here I have thee brought, in tokening thou art without peer. Balthazar. Hail be thou, Lord of high magnificence, in tokening of priesthood and dignity of office. To thee I offer a cup full of incense, for it behoveth thee to have such sacrifice. Melchior. Hail be thou, Lord long looked for, I have brought thee myrrh for mortality, in tokening thou shalt mankind restore to life by the death upon the tree. Neither human life nor literature stands still. As generations passed, our national plays changed, developed. After a while, historical persons were replaced by personified virtues and vices, such as constancy, good deeds, jealousy, avarice, courage, gluttony, and so forth. The devil was retained in these morality plays, and the essential comic side of things was provided for by the invention of a character called the Vice, whose special role it was to annoy the devil. Long after, Shakespeare referred to this clown-like individual in Twelfth Night, when Fest, as Sir Topas, sang as he left Malvolio's prison. I am gone, sir, and anon, sir, I'll be with you again in a trice, like to the old Vice, your need to sustain, who with dagger of lath, in his rage and his wrath, cries, aha, to the devil, like a mad lad. Pare thy nails, dad, adieu, goodman devil. Among other vexatious tricks, the Vice was accustomed to try to pare the devil's claws with his wooden dagger. The next dramatic change was easy. It was merely the substitution of men and women for these one-sided characters representing a single vice or virtue. Yet these changes were spread over many generations, and the first English comedy, furnished with everyday men and women, was written by the headmaster of Eton College, Dr. Nicholas Udall, about 1550. It was called Ralph Royster Doyster. Within 10 years it was followed by the first English tragedy, Gorboduc, the joint production of Thomas Sackville, Lord Buckhurst, and Thomas Norton, which Sir Philip Sidney described as full of stately speeches and well-sounding phrases, and as full of notable morality, which it doth most delightfully teach. Out of the work of these many years, the Elizabethan drama grew. The 4 great plays of Kit Marlowe, Tamburlaine, Dr. Faustus, Edward II, The Jew of Malta, written between 1587 and 1593, all the supreme tragedies, comedies and histories of Shakespeare, the mighty tragic dramas of Webster, the plays of Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, and others. It is thought that Marlowe may have worked with Shakespeare notably in Henry VI, but his fame rests upon his own 4 plays and upon his lovely lyric, Hero and Leander. Marlowe's plays are not quite so easy to come by as Shakespeare's, so it is worthwhile to quote 2 speeches from these, our earliest Elizabethan tragedies. The first comes from Dr. Faustus, the scholar who, having sold his soul to the devil for the price of 24 years of life, in which his every desire was satisfied, has come to 11 o'clock on the last night of the 24th year. Ah, Faustus, now hast thou but 1 bare hour to live, and then thou must be damned perpetually. Stand still, you ever-moving spheres of heaven, that time may cease and midnight never come. Fair nature's eye, rise again and make perpetual day, or let this hour be but a year, a month, a week, a natural day, that Faustus may repent and save his soul. Oh, I'll leap up to my God, who pulls me down. See where Christ's blood streams in the firmament. 1 drop would save my soul, half a drop. Ah, my Christ! Ah, rend not my heart for naming of my Christ, yet I will call on him. Mountain and hills, come and fall on me, and hide me from the heavy wrath of God. Ah, half the hour is past. 'Twill all be past anon. O God, if thou wilt not have mercy on my soul, yet for Christ's sake, whose blood hath ransomed me, impose some end on my incessant pain. Let Faustus live in hell 1,000 years, 100,000, and at last be saved. The clock strikes 12. Oh, it strikes! It strikes! Now, body, turn to air, or Lucifer will bear thee quick to hell. O soul, be changed to little water drops, and fall into the ocean, ne'er be found. My God, look not so fierce on me. Adders and serpents, let me breathe a while. Ugly hell, gape not. Come not, Lucifer. I'll burn my books. Ah, Mephistopheles! The other passage is from Edward II's speech, uttered just before he was done to death by his wife's command in Berkeley Castle, whence his body was carried for burial to Gloucester Cathedral. There, on his tomb today, Men may see his effigy portraying a handsome man of kingly enough bearing, whatever his faults and shortcomings as a ruler may actually have been. This dungeon where they keep me is the sink, wherein the filth of all the castle falls, and there in mire and puddle have I stood this 10 days' space, and less that I should sleep. One plays continually upon a drum. They give me bread and water, being a king, so that for want of sleep and sustenance my mind's distempered and my body numbed, and whether I have limbs or no I know not. Oh, would my blood dropped out from every vein, as doth the water from my tattered robes. Tell Isabel the Queen I looked not thus, when for her sake I ran at tilt in France, and there unhorsed the Duke of Clermont. It is impossible in a book like this to say anything adequate about Shakespeare as a dramatist, but perhaps 2 instances of the use he made for his plays of chronicles and other written history may be interesting. Moreover, it has a very important aspect which is sometimes forgotten. Some years before Shakespeare had written any of his historical plays, Sir Philip Sidney, in his Apology for Poetry, 1580 to 1581, had shown, as clearly perhaps as anyone can, the use which a dramatic poet can make of the philosopher's facts, thoughts and dreams, and of the historian's account of the past. Sidney, looking with his mind's eye at the philosopher, coming towards me with a sullen gravity, and at the historian, laden with old mouse-eaten records, declares that the former tries to succeed in teaching by precept, and the second by example. But, as Sidney realized, each only deals with half of the matter, while what men need, if they are to learn to care and then to act, is first to know how things should be done, which is the philosopher's business, and then to discover how they have been actually done, which is the historian's share. Who is to present these 2 parts at once? Sir Philip Sidney had no doubt on the point. Now doth the peerless poet perform both, for whatsoever the philosopher saith should be done, he giveth a perfect picture of it in someone by whom he supposeth it was done. 2 dissimilar instances of Shakespeare's method must suffice. Not improbably some readers of Richard II have wondered why the king, hearing that his former servants, Bushy and Green, have gone over to the usurper, Bolingbroke, should have exclaimed so bitterly, "O villains, vipers, damned without redemption, dogs, easily won to fawn on any man," since as a rule our pet animals are so singularly faithful and understanding. The explanation may be found in this passage from Froissart, the chronicler. As it was informed me, King Richard had a greyhound called Math, who always waited upon the king, and would know no man else. For whensoever the king did ride, he that kept the greyhound did let him loose, and he would straight run to the king, and fawn upon him, and leap with his forefeet upon the king's shoulders. And as the king and the Earl of Derby talked together in the court, the greyhound, who was wont to leap upon the king, left the king, and came to the Earl of Derby, Duke of Lancaster, and made to him the same friendly countenance and cheer as he was wont to do to the king. The Duke, who knew not the greyhound, demanded of the king what the greyhound would do. "Cousin," quoth the king, "it is a great good token to you, and an evil sign to me." "Sir, how know you that?" quoth the Duke. "I know it well," quoth the king. "The greyhound maketh you cheer this day as King of England, as you shall be, and I shall be deposed. The greyhound hath this knowledge naturally, therefore take him to you, he will follow you and forsake me." The Duke understood well those words, and cherished the greyhound, who would never after follow King Richard, but followed the Duke of Lancaster. So can the dramatic poet weave poignant tragedy out of philosophy, and the chronicler's half-gossiping tale. In some of the historical plays, Shakespeare's main authority is the Chronicle of Raphael Holinshead, circa 1580. Not a little can be learned of his method of handling his materials by comparing the historian's account of Henry V's delay in starting for France with the great scene in Henry V. The following passage is all which Shakespeare had before him. When King Henry had fully furnished his navy with men, munition, and other provisions, He, perceiving that his captains misliked nothing so much as delay, determined his soldiers to go a shipboard and away. But, see the hap! The night before the day appointed for their departure, he was credibly informed that Richard, Earl of Cambridge, brother to Edward, Duke of York, and Henry, Lord Scroop of Masham, Lord Treasurer, with Thomas Grey, a knight of Northumberland, being confederate together, had conspired his death, wherefore he caused them to be apprehended. The said Lord Scroop was in such favour with the king that he admitted him sometime to be his bedfellow, in whose fidelity the king reposed such trust that when any private or public council was in hand, this lord had much in the determination of it. For he represented so great gravity in his countenance, such modesty in behaviour, and such virtuous zeal to all godliness in his talk, that whatever he said was thought for the most part necessary to be done and followed. Also, the said Sir Thomas Grey, as some write, was of the king's privy council. Divers write that Richard, Earl of Cambridge, did not conspire with the Lord Scroop and Thomas Grey for the murdering of King Henry, to please the French king withal, but only with the intent to exalt to the crown his brother-in-law Edmund, Earl of March, as heir to Lionel, Duke of Clarence, after the death of which Earl of March, the Earl of Cambridge was sure that the crown should come to him by his wife, and to his children of her begotten. And therefore, as was thought, he rather confessed himself for need of money to be corrupted by the French king, than he would declare his inward mind, and open his very intent and inward purpose, which, if it were espied, he saw plainly that the Earl of March should have tasted of the same cup as he had drunken, and what should have come to his own children he much doubted. Therefore, destitute of comfort, and in despair to save his children, he feigned that tale, desiring rather to save his succession than himself, which he did indeed, for his son Richard, Duke of York, not privily but openly claimed the crown, and Edward his son both claimed it and gained it, as after it shall appear. These prisoners, upon their examination, confessed that for a great sum of money which they had received of the French king, they intended verily either to have delivered the king alive into the hands of his enemies, or else to have murdered him before he should arrive in the duchy of Normandy. When King Henry had heard all things opened, which he desired to know, he caused all his nobility to come before his presence, before whom he caused to be brought the offenders also, and to them said, "Having thus conspired the death and destruction of me, which am the head of the realm and the governor of the people, it may be, no doubt, that you likewise have sworn the confusion of all that are here with me, and also the desolation of your own country. To what horror, O Lord, for any true English heart to consider, that such an execrable iniquity should ever bewrap you, as for pleasing of a foreign enemy to imbrue your hands in your blood, and to ruin your own native soil. Revenge here in touching my person, though I seek not, yet for the safeguard of you, my dear friends, and for due preservation of all sorts, I am by office to cause example to be showed. Get ye hence, therefore, ye poor miserable wretches, to the receiving of your just reward, wherein God's majesty give you grace of his mercy and repentance of your heinous offences." And so, immediately they were had to execution. It is easy to see how Shakespeare sometimes closely follows, and sometimes entirely departs from this characteristic 16th century plain description of facts. It should be read with the scene in Henry V. His chief departure from his original is in making the conspirator's offence a personal rather than a political one. He opens the scene with a conversation, not hinted at by Holinshead, between Exeter, Bedford, and Westmoreland. They all dwell on the personal treachery of the action. There is nowhere any suggestion resembling Holinshead's that the conspiracy was aimed at the kingdom as well as at the king. Again, Henry's skilful method of making the traitors judge themselves, a device not in Holinshead's story, shows Shakespeare's insight into human character. He follows the chronicler most closely in dwelling on the sheer treachery, the abominable betrayal, the kind of deed which no decent Englishman or woman, of any time or class, is ever inclined to condone. It is as if he wished to hold up to everlasting ignominy as Dante had done before him, the misery and sin of skulking in the dark, of not daring to come out into the open, of stabbing your friend in the back. So he seizes on Holinshed's second paragraph, and out of it weaves the greatest apostrophe of condemnation to a traitor which perhaps exists in our language. That it is to be the core of his case, he shows from the outset in Exeter's speech. Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath dulled and cloyed with gracious favours, that he should, for a foreign purse, so sell his sovereign's life to death and treachery. After Henry's adroit extraction of their guilt from their own lips, he deals with this dark sin of treachery. But, oh, what shall I say to thee, Lord Scroop? Thou cruel, ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature, thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knew'st the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightest have coined me into gold, wouldst thou have practised on me for thy use, may it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? 'Tis so strange that, though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder ever kept together, as two yoke devils sworn to either's purpose, working so grossly in a natural cause that admiration did not hoop at them. But thou, 'gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder, and whatsoever cunning fiend it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously hath got the voice in hell for excellence. All other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation with patches, colours, and with forms being fetched from glistering semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee bade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. If that same demon that hath gulled thee thus should with his lion gait walk the whole world, he might return to vasty Tartar-back and tell the legions, I can never win a soul so easy as that Englishman's. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Show men dutiful? Why so didst thou? Come they of noble family? Why so didst thou? Seem they religious? Why so didst thou? Or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion, or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in perjured judgment trusting neither? Such and so finely bolted didst thou seem, and thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot to mark the full-fraught man and best endued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee, for this revolt of thine, methinks, is like another fall of man. It would not be easy to find a more illuminating instance of the use which drama can make of history. Shakespeare does not waste a word or a thought which appears in Holinshed, but as his sweeping poetry carries forward the torrent of his loathing for black ingratitude and treachery, he kindles the emotions of all who read or see. Out of the chronicler's plain, accurate statement, he forges the red-hot scorn which burns up the creature who dares not face his foe, but does his cruel work secretly and unawares. It is impossible here to give any adequate conception of the magnificence and variety of the Elizabethan drama, as it is generally called, though so much of it actually belongs to James's reign. One development of it, however, should not be entirely left out. It was Henry VIII who introduced the masque into England from Italy. It was, at first, just a dumb show by players whose faces were concealed, hence the name. Later on, dialogue was introduced. The English masque's most flourishing time was James I's reign. His consort, Anne of Denmark, was particularly fond of them. Ben Jonson wrote a great number of which, the hue and cry after Cupid, was performed at court with special pomp and magnificence. In The Masque of Blackness, the Queen and 11 of her ladies appeared as negresses. No expense was spared in producing these masques. The costly machinery and staging was superintended by the famous architect Inigo Jones. Alfonso Ferrabosco, the son of a former court musician pensioned by Queen Elizabeth, who afterwards became musical tutor to James's son Henry, composed a great deal of the music. John Dowland, who had a heavenly touch upon the lute, directed the songs, though, in spite of his skill, he failed to obtain that substantial court favour which he sought industriously. Thomas Giles and Jerome Hearn arranged the dances. With all this varied talent showered upon them, the court masques were splendid functions. Though Prince Charles played the leading part in Jonson's The Vision of Delight, he took very little pleasure in this form of play, and in his court they were less popular than in his father's. In 1625, the year of King James's death, Jonson himself was paralysed. However, he recovered partially, and in 1629 Charles, who had pensioned him, further commissioned him to write a new masque, Love's Triumph, which was performed on Twelfth Night, 1630. His last, Cloridia, was played at court on Shrove Tuesday of 1630. Jonson, who by this time had lost his wife and children, and was himself in a condition of sadly broken health, wrote but 2 more plays, declaring that his brain was not palsied, he was only sick and sad. He died in 1637, and during the next few years the masque went out of fashion. The Puritans, as everyone knows, objected to stage plays. After the restoration of Charles II, English drama borrowed considerably from France. Dryden wrote some romantic plays, for he was not only a great satirist. He wrote one fine tragedy, All for Love, and a comedy, The Spanish Friar. Comedy, in these days, when men rejoiced in escaping from the grey decorum and dullness of the Puritans, grew popular. A gay comedy of manners, depicting everyday fashionable life, copying its manners and hitting off its follies. Wycherley, Congreve, and Vanbrugh wrote the light-hearted, witty, but immoral plays which delighted the men and women of the Restoration. Then the long, rather tedious reign of George III was charmed by the comedies of Oliver Goldsmith and Richard Brinsley Sheridan. These men had genius, penetrating insight into human character, lively and delightful wit. They did not spoil plays with the coarseness with which the Restoration playwrights had defaced their work, and so, though in a different manner, the comedies of that Georgian era remain a thing apart, as the Elizabethan drama stands alone. Of course, the age was different from ours. For example, every succeeding generation has its own outlook, its own peculiar savour. But too many of us too often forget that there is a permanent foundation beneath the passing fashions of life, and that, in its deepest qualities, both tragic and comic, human nature changes little, and that very slowly. Consequently, Goldsmith's and Sheridan's comedies are as entrancing and convincing to us as to the men and women of the 18th century. We still delight in the good-natured man. She Stoops to Conquer is as fresh as when it was written, and Tony Lumpkin never passes from the land of true comedy and laughter. Sheridan's Rivals and the School for Scandal bear revival again and again. Mrs. Malaprop is a friend against whom death itself is powerless. In the literature of the 19th century, with its wealth and astonishing variety, the drama has been the very weakest point, perhaps partly on account of the rise of the novel. Shelley, in the early part of the century, wrote lyrical dramas like Hellas and Prometheus Unbound, but they were not meant for the actual stage. He produced one great tragedy, The Cenci, which has remained unacted until quite recently. The plays of Tennyson were staged, but as they really never lived, they could scarcely be said to have died. Still, they are printed among his collected works, and wisely, for they will always be searched from time to time by a few for the sake of those lyrical passages which he could never wholly exclude from anything he wrote. His genius was essentially lyrical, not dramatic. Though Robert Browning could write fine lyrics, yet his attitude to human life was essentially dramatic. Oddly enough, his genius only once came to fruition, and that in a single scene of a play, the magnificent scene between Charles and the man he has betrayed, in Strafford, the pathos of which is comparable to the famous deposition scene in Richard II. It would be hard to find human words more moving than Strafford's. Betrayed, surrendered to his enemies by the king he had served, at the moment when the king, stung with remorseful shame, makes an ineffectual gesture to save him, Strafford just puts it aside. Balfour, say nothing to the world of this. I charge you, as a dying man. Forget. You gazed upon this agony of one. Or if, why, you may say, Balfour, the king was sorry. 'Tis no shame in him. Yes, you may say he even wept, Balfour, and that I walked the lighter to the block because of it. I shall walk lightly, sir. Earth fades, heaven breaks on me. I shall stand next before God's throne. The moment's close at hand, when man the first, last time, has leave to lay his whole heart bare before its Maker, leave to clear up the long error of a life, and choose one happiness for evermore. With all mortality about me, Charles, the sudden wreck, the dregs of violent death, what if, despite the opening angel's song, there penetrate one prayer for you? Be saved through me, bear witness, no one could prevent my death. Lead on, ere he awake. Best, now, all must be ready. Did you say, Balfour? The crowd began to murmur. They'll be kept too late for sermon at St. Anthony's. Now, but tread softly. Children are at play in the next room. Precede. I follow. When Macready presented Strafford in London, it ran but a few days. Browning seems to have expended his dramatic power best in that great poem in 12 books, as tragic as anything to be found in the world's literature, The Ring and the Book. No staging could increase the awfulness of that picture of Guido, the treacherous murderer, coming at last, however men may or may not punish him, to his own proper state and place. Let us go away. Leave Guido all alone, back on the world again that knows him now. I think he will be found, indulged so far, not to die so much as slide out of life, pushed by the general horror and common hate. Lower, left, or the very ledge of things. I seem to see him catch convulsively one by one at all honest forms of life, at reason, order, decency and use, to cramp him and get foothold by at least, and still they disengage them from his clutch. And thus I see him slowly and surely edged off all the tableland whence life upsprings, aspiring to be immortality, as the snake hatched on hilltop by mischance, despite his wriggling, slithers down hillside, lies low and prostrate on the smooth level of the outer place, lapsed in the veil. So I lose Guido in the loneliness, silence and dusk, till at the doleful end of the horizontal line, creation's verge, from what just is to absolute nothingness. Whom is it, straining onward still, he meets? Judas, made monstrous by much solitude. The two are at one now. Kiss him the kiss, Iscariot. There, let them grapple, denizens of the dark, foes or friends, but indissolubly bound, in their one spot out of the ken of God or care of man, for ever and evermore. Thus Browning in the 19th century treated the sin of treachery as Shakespeare did in the 16th, or the great Florentine Dante in the 13th. Again, he can squeeze tragedy into a line like the last line in Guido's own speech, into 5 verses like the incident of the French camp, into some 60 lines like Porphyria's lover. Or he will show the poignant drama of a soul torn bare of its covering by remorse, as in Martin Ralph. Yet, apparently, his plays proper cannot be so staged as to hold an audience. The 19th century had one success in drama, however, in the unique light opera of Gilbert and Sullivan. Their work, The Mikado, Pinafore, etc., is not usually regarded as a part of English literature. Yet the musical genius of Sullivan, wedded to the apt speech and barbed wit of Gilbert, furnished operas which were and are loved by all and sundry, by simple and learned, and which repetition does not stale. These are no mean tests of literary worth. They are the work of fancy, of sense, of understanding of human nature, and of exquisite wit, which things are factors in literature. So if they are not worthy of the name, what shall they be called? A multitude of plays have been written and staged, of which a few comedies of manners deserve the name of literature. Some will probably live. The fate of Elroy Flecker's Hassan, published at last in November 1922, awaits decision. Some of us fancy it as a work of genius. It has a terrible sombre awe, which recalls the thundery terror of Webster in Elizabethan days, but this oriental play is shot through with a keen white wit, playing and dancing over the darkness like lightning out of some piled-up storm cloud. It is full, too, of delicate poetry, and it may yet prove to be the one great tragedy, apart from Shelley's Cenci, which England has produced since her finest dramatic days in the reigns of Elizabeth and James. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 12 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 12. Essays and Letters. An essay is not a collection of words flung together anyhow about nothing in particular, nor is it merely a difficult element in the process of passing an examination, nor should it ever be just a method of that money-making which is legitimate enough when we boil together unpleasant substances to make soap or candles. In its simplest essence, an essay is a composition according to flexible but orderly rules, something deliberately thought out, duly said, about some person or thing or idea which, to the writer, seems to be of interest and importance. Strictly speaking, an essay should set forth the particular point to be discussed, should then deal with that point fully from various standpoints, and finally come to a just conclusion from the facts and arguments. It is a form of composition more naturally handled by the logical, lucid French mind than by us, who are more diffuse, more apt to stray into by-paths. Yet the great Montaigne was discursive enough, and our own Francis Bacon kept more to his main point perhaps than the Frenchman. Perhaps no Englishman has been so purely an essayist as Sainte-Beuve in his earlier part of the French 19th century. Macaulay, who played a somewhat similar part, was less bound by rules. Among the chief English essayists, Francis Bacon, who popularised essays, will always have a conspicuous place. His first collected essays, few in number, appeared in 1597, when in 1625 he was dedicating the third and much enlarged edition to the Duke of Buckingham. He wrote, "I do now publish my essays, which, of all my works, have been most current, for that, as it seems, they come home to men's business and bosoms." That is no formal definition, yet it seems to convey the main qualities of the true essay. Its spirit of search for to essay is to attempt something, its brevity, its completeness in a small compass, its friendliness. His essay of beauty is perhaps not his finest, nor his best known, but it perhaps deserves less than some Dean Church's criticism. He cast what he had to say into connected wholes, but nothing can be more loose than the structure of the essays. Moreover, it is short, and it deals with a single point. Virtue is like a rich stone, best plain set, and surely virtue is best in a body that is comely, though not of delicate features, and that hath rather dignity of presence than beauty of aspect. Neither is it almost seen that very beautiful persons are otherwise of great virtue, as if nature were rather busy, not to err, than in labour to produce excellency, and therefore they prove accomplished, but not of great spirit, and study rather behaviour than virtue. But this holds not always, for Augustus Caesar, Titus Vespasianus, Philip the Bel of France, Edward IV of England, Alcibiades of Athens, Ismail of Sophie of Persia, were all high and great spirits, and yet the most beautiful men of their times. In beauty, that of favour is more than that of colour, and that of descent and gracious motion more than that of favour. That is the best part of beauty, which a picture cannot express, no, not the first sight of the life, There is no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proportion. A man cannot tell whether Abel's or Albert Durer were the more trifler, whereof the one would make a personage by geometrical proportions, the other by making the best parts out of divers faces to make one excellent. Such personages, I think, would please nobody but the painter who made them. Not but I think a painter may make a better face than ever was, but he must do it by a kind of felicity, as a musician that maketh an excellent air in music, and not by rule. A man shall see faces that, if you imagine them part by part, you shall never find a good, and yet altogether do well. If it be true that the principal part of beauty is in decent motion, certainly it is no marvel though persons in years see many times more amiable, plutrorum autumnus pulcher, for no youth can be comely but by pardon, and considering the youth as to make up the comeliness. Beauty is as summer fruits, which are easy to corrupt and cannot last, and for the most part it makes a desolate youth and an age of little out of countenance, but yet certainly again, if it light well, it maketh virtue shine and vices blush. The dramatist Ben Jonson, possibly encouraged by Bacon's example, published in 1641 a slender collection of sayings, of which some amount to essays, described as discoveries made upon men and matters, which he quaintly called timber. For just as we are commonly wont to call a vast number of trees growing indiscriminately a wood, so also did the ancients call those of their books in which were collected at random articles upon various and diverse topics, woods and timber trees. People may object that articles upon various and diverse topics are not essays. Admittedly, many of them are but causal reflections. Among the longer pieces, these classical judgments on Shakespeare and Bacon, whom Ben Jonson obviously regarded as not one and the same person, may be fitly included here as essays, as attempts at expressing a single matter supremely well. The first has for title De Shakespeare Nostrate. I remember the players have often mentioned it as an honour to Shakespeare that in his writing, whatsoever he penned, he never blotted out a line. My answer hath been, would he had blotted 1,000, which they thought a malevolent speech. I had not told posterity this, but for their ignorance who chose that circumstance to commend their friend by wherein he most faulted, and to justify mine own candour, for I loved the man, and do honour his memory on this side idolatry as much as any. He was indeed honest and of an open and free nature, had an excellent fantasy, brave notions and gentle expressions, wherein he flowed with that facility that sometimes it was necessary he should be stopped. So flamminadus erat, as Augustus said of Satires. His wit was in his own power. Would the rule of it have been so, too? Many times he fell into those things, could not escape laughter, as when he said in the person of Caesar, once speaking to him, "Caesar, thou dost me wrong." He replied, "Caesar did never wrong, but with just cause," and such like, which were ridiculous. But he redeemed his vices and his virtues. There was ever more in him to be praised than to be pardoned. That on Francis Bacon is called Dominus Plurilammus. One, though he be excellent, and the chief, is not to be imitated alone, for never no imitator ever grew up to his author. Likeness is always on this side truth. Yet there happened in my time one noble speaker who was full of gravity in his speaking. His language, where he could spare or pass by a jest, was nobly censorious. No man ever spoke more neatly, more precisely, more weightily, or suffered less emptiness, less idleness in what he uttered. No member of his speech of his own graces. His hearers could not cough or look aside from him without loss. He commanded where he spoke, and had his judges angry and pleased at his devotion. No man had ever their affections more in his power. The fear of every man that heard him was lest he should make an end. The end of the 17th and the 18th centuries were the great age of the English essayists. It was then that philosophy and criticism had their short but shining reign. We could not now call John Locke's great book on the human understanding an essay, but it was so called on its appearance. Even his shorter and more suggestive work, The Conduct of the Understanding, exceeds the scope and length of a true essay. Not so the writings of Abraham Cowley, John Dryden, Richard Steele and Joseph Addison, Samuel Johnson and Edmund Burke, who whose genius made the English essay a great form of literary art. The 19th century produced Coleridge, De Quincey, Hazlitt, and the best known, most loved of them all, James Lamb. Macaulay filled the middle years. He was commonly called an essayist, but probably John Morley, who among his little monographs on great men wrote a few essays, was right in attributing to him a true genius for narration, rather than the detachment and critical spirit of a true writer of essays. "We may be sure," says Morley, "that no author could have achieved Macaulay's boundless popularity among his contemporaries unless his work had abounded in what is substantially commonplace." Undoubtedly Macaulay's contemporaries hailed him as the great essayist of the day, yet these strictures of John Morley, a critic of great insight and of justice as great, are serious weighty charges, and his final attack, when we remember that an essay is an attempt to estimate the real secret of a given matter, seems to indicate that Macaulay's countrymen were strong that they should have regarded him as a superb scene painter. Morley writes of him: "He seeks truth, not as she should be sought, devoutly, tentatively, and with the air of one touching the hem of a sacred garment, but clutching her by the hair of the head and dragging her after him in a kind of boisterous triumph, a prisoner of war and not a goddess." Such a process may or may not be legitimate, but at least it is not the essayist's way. In the closing years of the 20th century the essay became very popular, and the way which had been illumined by Matthew Arnold and Frederick Myers became even subtler and more intricate in the hands of Alice Meynell, that true poet, and Walter Pater, who loved all beauty with a deathless devotion. Such work cannot be exhibited in extracts. The essay is in some sort like the sonnet among poems, a thing by itself, with its own form and rules. Therefore scraps are of no avail. Essays should be studied whole. Lamb's essays are for the most part too long for one to be included here, but apart from Elia he wrote a series of popular fallacies. One of these on that saying which must, at least in youth, have annoyed many of us, that "enough is as good as a feast," is not only a good instance of comprehensive handling in a very small space, but it is also not at all a bad revelation of his peculiar tastes, wit, and humour. Not a man, woman, or child in 10 miles around Guildhall who really believes this saying. The inventor of it did not believe it himself. It was made in revenge by somebody who was disappointed of a regal. It is a vile, cold scrag of mutton sophism, a lie faked upon the palate, which knows better things. If nothing else could be said for a feast, this is sufficient, that from the superflux there is usually something left for the next day. Morally interpreted, it belongs to a class of proverbs which have a tendency to make us undervalue money. Of this cast are those notable observations that money is not health, riches cannot purchase everything, the metaphor which makes gold to be mere muck, with the morality that traces fine clothing to the sheep's bag and denounces pearl as the unwholesome excretion of an oyster. Hence too the phrase which imputes dirt to acres, a sophistry so barefaced that even the literal sense of it is only true in a wet season. This, and abundance of similar sage saws, assuming to inculcate content, we verily believe to have been the invention of some cunning borrower who had designs upon the purse of his wealthier neighbour, which he could only hope to carry by force of these verbal jugglings. Translate any one of these sayings out of the artful metonymy which envelops it, and the trick is apparent. Goodly legs and shoulders of mutton, exhilarating cordial, books, pictures, the opportunities of seeing foreign countries, independence, heart's ease, a man's own time to himself, are not muck. However, we may be pleased to scandalize with that appellation the faithful medal that provides them for us. Perhaps the only technical fault that can be found with this is that Lamb went off at a tangent, and forgot to return to the contrast between enough and the feast. He might reply to such a criticism that he had forestalled it by his declaration that the statement is not meant in its literal sense, but it is subterfuge, with which aspect of it he deals thoroughly. Another form of composition was once literary. It seems to have few, if any, exponents now in this age of hurry and letter cards. It is the letter. We have, as we look through the past centuries, not a few delightful letter writers: Milton, Gray, Walpole, Chesterfield, and others. The most famous collection is that of the Paston family in the 5th century. These letters, dating from the Wars of the Roses, have preserved in the most satisfactory form just because they were familiar letters written to give news in the present, with no idea of being a research quarry hundreds of years later, the military, social and family life of those troubled years. As this present book has but one aim, to spread a love of beautiful and sound literature, perhaps the following letter, or part of a letter which Milton the poet wrote to one of his many scholar friends, is the best for quotation here. He was writing to a Florentine friend, Benito Buonamati, who had just ended the preparation of a grammar of Tuscan, the purest of Italian dialects. Milton wrote thus: "I am glad to hear, my dear Buonamati, that you are preparing new institutes of your native language, and have just brought the work to a conclusion. The way to frame which you have chosen is the same as that which some persons of the first genius have embraced, and your fellow citizens seem ardently to expect that you will either illustrate or amplify, or at least polish and methodize the labours of your predecessors. By such a work you will lay your countrymen under no common obligation, which they will be ungrateful if they do not acknowledge. For I hold him to deserve the highest praise who fixes the principles and forms the manner of a state, and makes the wisdom of his administration conspicuous both at home and abroad. But I assign the second place to him who endeavours by precepts and by rules to perpetuate that style and idiom of speech and composition which have flourished in the purest periods of the language, and who, as it were, throws up a trench around it, that people may be prevented from going beyond the boundary almost by the terrors of a Romulan prohibition. If we compare the benefits which each of these confers, we shall find that the former alone can render the intercourse of the citizens just and conscientious, but that the latter gives that gentility, that elegance, that refinement, which are next to be desired. The one inspires lofty courage and intrepid ardour against the invasion of an enemy; the other exerts himself to annihilate that barbarism which commits more extensive ravages on the minds of men, which is the intestine enemy of genius and literature, by the taste which he inspires and the good authors which he causes to be read. Nor do I think it a matter of little moment whether the language of people be vitiated or refined, whether the popular idiom be erroneous or correct. This consideration was more than once found salutary at Athens. It is the opinion of Plato that changes in the dress and habits of the citizens portend great commotions and changes in the state, and I am inclined to believe that when the language in common use in any country becomes irregular and depraved, it is followed by their ruin and their degradation. For what do terms used without skill or meaning, which are at once corrupt and misapplied, denote but a people listless, supine, or ripe for servitude? On the contrary, we have never heard of any people or state which has not flourished in some degree of prosperity, as long as their language has retained its elegance and its purity. Hence, my Benedito, you may be induced to proceed in executing a work so useful to your country, and may clearly see what an honourable and permanent claim you will have to the approbation of the gratitude of your fellow citizens. Essays, letters, diaries are specialized forms of prose, which could not very well be included in the earlier chapter called the Treatise. Neither could all remembrance of them be left out of a book, one of whose special purposes is to urge the variety of our literature, and therefore the chance it offers to every one of us of finding something congenial, wedded as we so obstinately are as a nation, each of our own individual tastes. The friendliness, the quality of coming home to men's business and bosoms, as Bacon said, inherent in these minor forms of literature, may perhaps win its way with the few who seem to be embarrassed or overwhelmed with the greater masterpieces. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 10 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 10, Odes. Like the sonnet, the ode is generally classed with lyrics, yet having, like the sonnet, a definite form, and in its perfection conforming to rules, it is entitled to a little corner apart. The ode, whether in its simpler form called after the poet Horace, who lived in the 1st century B.C., the Horatian, or in its most rigid form called after Pindar, who lived 4 centuries earlier, the Pindaric, is always a classical form of poem. The Pindaric ode has a threefold division, the strophe and antistrophe, which should be of precisely the same meter, and the apode. The ode, as a poetic form, was recovered in the years of the Renaissance, but the rules governing it appear to have been very imperfectly understood. The Elizabethans, who borrowed so much from Renaissance Italy, were the first Englishmen who tried to write odes, and they contented themselves with the Horatian form. They produced, therefore, lyrical poems, stately and concentrated, dealing with a single thought, which eventually they brought to a high and definite conclusion. Like Spenser's great marriage hymn, the Epithalamion, Ben Jonson wrote some odes, of which, probably the best known, is a call to himself to leave the loathed stage, a thought suggested by the failure of one of his comedies. A follower of Jonson, Thomas Randolph, wrote a fine ode to Master Anthony Strafford, of which the first 3 and 6th verses will give an idea of the whole. Come, spur away, I have no patience for a longer stay, but must go down, and leave the chargeable noise of this great town. I will the country see, where old simplicity, though hid in grey, doth look more gay than foppery in plush and scarlet clad. Farewell, you city wits, that are almost at civil war. 'Tis time that I grow wise, when all the world grows mad. More of my days I will not spend to gain an idiot's praise, or to make sport for some slight puny of the Inns of Court. Then, worthy Strafford, say, how shall we spend the day? With what delights shorten the nights? When from this tumult we are got secure, where mirth with all her freedom goes, yet shall no finger lose, where every word is thought, and every thought is pure. Then from the tree we'll cherries pluck, and pick the strawberry, and every day go see the wholesome country girls make hay, whose brown hath lovelier grace than any painted face that I do know Hyde Park can show, where I would rather gain a kiss than meet, though some of them in greater state might court my love with plate, the beauties of the cheap and wives of Lombard Street. Ours is the sky, where at what fowl we please our hawk shall fly, nor will we spare to hunt the crafty fox or timorous hare. But let our hounds run loose, and any ground they'll choose, the buck shall fall, the stag and all. Our pleasures must from their own warrants be, for to my muse, if not to me, I'm sure all game is free. Heaven, earth are all but parts of her great royalty. So rich is the realm of poetry. Andrew Marvell's ode on Cromwell's return from Ireland is one of the best-known poems in our language. It is a tribute from a royalist, but its greatness is shown by the fact that it never grows stale, not even these most often quoted lines. And if we would speak true, much to the man is due, who from his private gardens, where he lived reserved and austere, as if his highest plot to plant the bergamot, could by industrious valor climb to ruin the great work of time, and cast the kingdoms old into another mold. Though justice against fate complain, and plead the ancient rights in vain, but those to hold or break, as men are strong or weak, nature that hateth emptiness allows of penetration less, and therefore must make room where greater spirits come. What field of all the Civil War where his were not the deepest scar? And Hampden shows what part he had of wiser art, where twining subtle fears with hope, he wove a net of such a scope that Charles himself might chase to Carisbrook's narrow case, that thence the royal actor born the tragic scaffold might adorn, while round the armed bands might clap their bloody hands. He nothing common did or mean upon that memorable scene, but with his keener eye the axe's edge did try, nor called the gods with vulgar spite to vindicate his helpless right, but bowed his comely head down as upon a bed. Whether this poem deserves the name ode or not may be a disputed point. No one can deny Marvell's insight into men and affairs. Milton, our great epic poet, who also compressed his powers into the sonnet's framework, wrote one great ode, that, on the morning of Christ's nativity. His poems On Time and out of solemn music, beautiful as they are, hardly conform to any model of odes. In the middle of the 17th century, the Horatian ode met a rival, in the form which, in old classical days, had preceded it by several centuries. Abraham Cowley, living in France as a royalist refugee, discovered one book which became his only literary companion, the Odes of Pindar. In spite of his close study of it, he somehow failed to grasp Pindar's real purpose. Nevertheless, he discarded the Horatian form, which till then had sufficed English poets, and produced a number of what he called Pindaric odes. He could more or less reproduce the outward form, but the secret of Plato's inspired man escaped him. There he once began an ode with the line, "Pindar is imitable by none," but that truth conveyed to him less than might have been hoped. Dryden followed, and however little Pindaric his ode on St. Celia's Day may be, it is a great paean in praise of harmony and music. William Congreve, the playwright, approached Pindar more nearly. His ode on Mrs. Arabella Hunt's singing is admittedly a great poem. The opening, middle, and closing lines are extraordinarily beautiful. Let all be hushed, and softest motion cease. Be every loud, tumultuous thought at peace, and every ruder gasp of breath be calm as in the arms of death. But hark! The heavenly sphere turns round, and silence now is drowned in ecstasy of sound. How on a sudden the still air is charmed, as if all harmony were just alarmed, while we, charmed with the loved excess, are wrapped in the small forgetfulness of all, but of the present happiness, wishing forever in that state to lie, forever to be dying so, yet never die. It was left for Thomas Gray, the poet whose lot was to write few poems, but those of strange perfection to fashion odes on the true Pindaric model. This being so, to give extracts is to mangle them. Consequently, the progress of poetry shall be given intact, which involves the exclusion of his equally fine ode, the Bard. Awake, Aeolian lyre, awake, and give to rapture all thy trembling strings. From Helicon's harmonious springs 1,000 rills their mazy progress take. The laughing flowers that round them blow drink life and fragrance as they flow. Now the rich stream of music winds along, deep, majestic, smooth, and strong. Through verdant vales and Ceres' golden rain, now rolling down the steep amain, headlong, impetuous, see it pour. The rocks and nodding groves rebellow to the roar. O sovereign of the willing soul, parent of sweet and solemn breathing airs, enchanting shell, the sullen cares and frantic passions hear thy soft control. On Thracia's hills the Lord of War has curbed the fury of his car, and dropped his thirsty lance at thy command. Perching on the sceptred hand of Jove, thy magic lulls the feathered king with ruffled plumes and flagging wing. Quenched in the dark clouds of slumber lie the terror of his beak and lightnings of his eye. Thee the voice, the dance obey, tempered to thy warbled lay. O'er Idalia's velvet green the rosy crowned loves are seen. On Cytherea's day with antic sports and blue-eyed pleasures frisking light in frolic measures, now pursuing, now retreating, now encircling troops they meet. To brisk notes in cadence beating glance their many twinkling feet. Slow melting strains their queen's approach declare. Where she turns, the Graces homage pay. With arms sublime that float upon the air, and gliding state she wins her easy way. O'er her warm cheek and rising bosom move the bloom of young desire and purple light of love. Man's feeble race what ills await, labor and penury, the racks of pain, disease and sorrow's weeping train, and death, sad refuge from the storms of fate. The fond complaint my song disprove, and justify the laws of Jove. Say he has given in vain the heavenly muse, night in all her sickly dews, her spectres wan and birds a boding cry. He gives to range the dreary sky, till down the eastern cliffs afar Hyperion's march they spy, and glittering shafts of war. In climes beyond the solar road, where shaggy forms o'er ice-built mountains roam, the Muse has broke the twilight gloom to cheer the shivering natives' dull abode, and oft, beneath the odorous shade of Chile's boundless forest laid, She deigns to hear the savage youth repeat, in loose numbers wildly sweet, their feather-cinctured chiefs and dusky loves, her track, where the goddess roves, glory pursue, and generous shame, the unconquerable mind, and freedom's holy flame. Woods that wave o'er Delphi's steep, isles that crown the Aegean deep, fields that cool Ilissus laves, or where meanders amber waves and lingering labyrinths creep. How do your tuneful echoes languish, mute but to the voice of anguish? Where each old poetic mountain inspiration breathed around, every shade and hallowed fountain murmured deep a solemn sound, till the sad nine, in Greece's evil hour, left their Parnassus for the Latian plains. Alike they scorned the pomp of tyrant power and coward vice that revels in her chains. When Latium had her lofty spirit lost, they sought, O Albion, next thy sea-encircled coast. Far from the sun and summer gale, in thy green lap was nature's darling laid. What time, where lucid Avon strayed, to him the mighty mother did unveil her awful face. The dauntless child stretched forth his little arms and smiled. This pencil take, she said, whose colors clear richly paint the vernal year. Thine too these golden keys, immortal boy. This can unlock the gates of joy, of horror that, and thrilling fears, or ope the sacred source of sympathetic tears. Nor second he that rode sublime upon the seraph wings of ecstasy, the secrets of the abyss to spy. He passed the flaming bounds of place and time, the living throne, the sapphire blaze, where angels tremble where they gaze. He saw, but blasted with excessive light, closed his eyes in endless night. Behold, where Dryden's less presumptuous car wide o'er the fields of glory bear, two coursers of ethereal race, with necks in thunder clothed and long resounding pace. Hark, his hands the lyre explore, bright-eyed fancy, hovering o'er, scatters from her pictured urn thoughts that breathe and words that burn. But aught is heard no more, O lyre divine, what daring spirit wakes thee now? Though he inherit nor the pride nor ample pinion that the Theban eagle bear, sailing with supreme dominion through the azure deep of air, yet oft before his infant eyes would run such forms as glitter in the muse's ray, with orient hues unborrowed of the sun, yet shall he mount and keep his distant way, beyond the limits of a vulgar fate, beneath the good how far, but far above the great. Though Gray's Progress of Poesy and The Bard are probably the most famous Pindaric odes in our language, some critics maintain that Akenside's are still nearer to the original model. Collins returned to the more formless kind of ode, to which, in easy fashion, the general name of Horatian is given. Whatever it be called, his poem To Evening is singularly beautiful, lingering in memory with Gray's Elegy and Wordsworth's Evening Voluntaries. William Watson, in one of his moments of apt insight, wrote delicately of the interval made by Gray and Collins in the dry common sense of the 18th century. From dewy pastures uplands sweet with thyme, a virgin breeze freshened the jaded day. It waited Collins' lonely vesper chime. It breathed abroad the frugal note of Gray. The romantic poets of the early part of the 19th century, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Campbell, Shelley, Keats, all wrote impassioned, sky-aspiring poems on a single subject, which might be, and have been called, odes. But little pretension to the old classical models survived. Byron once, in his long narrative poem, Childe Harold, slipped in 5 stanzas which, considering the wide poetic license of the time, might well have stood alone as an ode to night. Probably Keats is most truly known by his odes. For one who will read his long poem, Endymion, or even the shorter Hyperion, several will return more than once to the odes, to the Nightingale with its last 4 famous verses, to the Grecian urn with its perfect, most exquisite second stanza. Perhaps his ode to Autumn, singularly beautiful in its vision, in its subtle color, in its brevity, like the swiftly passing season of full maturity, is less well known than some. Season of mist and mellow fruitfulness, close bosom friend of the maturing sun, conspiring with him how to load and bless with fruit the vines that round the thatch eaves run, to bend with apples the mossed cottage trees, and fill all fruit with ripeness to the core, to swell the gourd and plump the hazel shells with a sweet kernel, to set budding more and still more later flowers for the bees, until they think warm days will never cease, for summer has o'erbrimmed their clammy shells. Who hath not seen thee oft amid thy store? Sometimes whoever seeks abroad may find thee sitting careless on a granary floor, thy hair soft lifted by the winnowing wind, or on a half-reaped furrow sound asleep, drowsed with the fume of poppies, while thy hook spares the next swath and all its twined flowers. And sometimes like a gleaner thou dost keep steady thy leaden hand across a brook, or by a cider press with patient look thou watchest the last oozings hours by hours. Where are the songs of spring? Ay, where are they? Think not of them, thou hast thy music too, while barded clouds bloom the soft dying day, and touch the stubble plains with rosy hue. Then in a wailful choir the small gnats mourn among the river shallows. Then in a wailful choir the small gnats mourn among the river sallows, borne aloft or sinking as the light wind lives or dies. And the full-grown lambs loud bleat from hilly bourne. Hedge crickets sing, and now with treble soft the redbreast whistles from a garden croft, and gathering swallows twitter in the skies. It is even more difficult to choose among Shelley's odes. The skylark, the cloud, the west wind, and the ode to liberty are all of poetry's finest tissue. It is perhaps rash to guess, yet it is possible that the Greeks themselves might have preferred the elusive lines which Shelley put into Pan's mouth. From the forests and highlands we come, from the river-girt islands where loud waves are dumb, listening to my sweet pipings, the wind in the reeds and the rushes, the bees on the bells of thyme, the birds on the myrtle bushes, the cicale above in the lime, and the lizards below in the grass, were as silent as ever old Tumulus was, listening to my sweet pipings. Liquid Peneus was flowing, and all dark Tempe lay in Pelian shadow, outgrowing the light of the dying day, speeded by my sweet pipings. The Seleni and Sylvans and Fauns, and the nymphs of the woods and waves, to the edge of the moist river lawns, and the brink of the dewy caves. And all that did them attend and follow were silent with love, as you now, Apollo, with envy of my sweet pipings. I sang of the dancing stars, I sang of the daedal earth, and of heaven, and the giant wars, and love, and death, and birth. And then I changed my pipings, singing how down the vale of Menelaus I pursued a maiden and clasped her reed. Gods and men, we are all deluded thus, it breaks in our bosom, and then we bleed. All wept, and I think both ye now would, if envy or age had not frozen your blood at the sorrow of my sweet pipings. Tennyson, as poet laureate, was forced from time to time to write odes on public events, but he wrote one in his capacity of pure poet, the following verses of which are some of the most beautiful lines to be found even among his early poems. Thou who stealest fire from the fountains of the past to glorify the present, O haste, visit my low desire. Strengthen me, enlighten me. I faint in this obscurity, thou dewy dawn of memory. Come not as thou camest of late, flinging the gloom of yesternight on the white day, but robed in softened light of orient state. Whilome thou camest with the morning mist, even as a maid whose stately brow the dew-impearled winds of dawn have kissed, when she, as thou, stays on her floating locks the lovely freight of overflowing blooms and the earliest shoots of orient green, giving safe pledge of fruits which in wintertide shall star the black earth with brilliance rare. Come forth, I charge thee, arise, thou of the many tongues, the myriad eyes. Thou comest not with shows of flaunting vines, unto mine inner eye divinest memory. Thou wert not nursed by the waterfall, which ever sounds and shines a pillar of white light upon the wall of purple cliffs, aloof, descried. Come from the woods that belt the grey hillside, the 7 elms, the poplars 4, that stand beside my father's door, and chiefly from the brook that loves to purl o'er matted cress and ribbed sand, or dimple in the dark of rushy coves, drawing into his narrow earthen urn in every elbow and turn the filtered tribute of the rude woodland. Oh, hither lead thy feet, pour round my ears the livelong bleat of the thick-fleeced sheep from the watted folds. Upon the ridge wolds, where the first met in song, hath wakened loud over the dark, dewy earth forlorn, what time the amber morn forth gushes from beneath a low-hung cloud. The great writers of odes in the latter part of the 19th century were Coventry Patmore and Francis Thompson. The latters are long and suffer grievous loss of cut. This chapter shall close, therefore, with perhaps the most characteristic of Patmore in his unique series, The Unknown Eros. It was not like your great and gracious ways. Do you, that have naught other to lament, never, my love, repent of how that July afternoon you went, with sudden unintelligible phrase and frightened eye, upon your journey of so many days, without a single kiss or a good-bye? I knew indeed that you were parting soon, and so we sate, within the low sun's rays, you whispering to me, for your voice was weak, your harrowing praise. Well, it was well to hear you such things speak, and I could tell what made your eyes a glowing gloom of love, as the warm south wind sombers a March grove, and it was like your great and gracious ways to turn your talk on daily things, my dear, lifting the luminous pathetic lash to let the laughter flash, whilst I drew near, because you spoke so low that I could scarcely hear, but all at once to leave me at the last, more at the wonder than the loss, aghast, with huddled unintelligible phrase and frightened eye, in your journey of all days, with not one kiss or a good-bye. And the only loveless look, the look with which you passed, was all unlike your great and gracious ways. It is difficult, if not impossible, to put Kit Smart's great poem, A Song to David, in any class. It is neither an ode nor a lyric. It is, beyond denial, one of the most remarkable and glorious poems in our literature, a bright particular star, indeed, to have arisen in the late 18th century. Ostensibly addressed to King David, it is a hymn of ecstatic joy in all creation, in the physical and spiritual universes. Its love for all men and things, its adoring praise of the Holy Trinity, is not less burning than S. Francis's in his Song of the Sun, but its grasp and sweep are even vaster. Smart sings alike the praise of the Creator, of the hoarding squirrel, of rich almonds, of the scholar bullfinch, of western breezes. Nothing is too great, nothing too small or obscure. It is preeminently a poem which cannot be cut without grievous damage. This one stanza, however, is a kind of epitome, a summing up of the whole. The pillars of the Lord are 7, which stand from earth to topmost heaven. His wisdom drew the plan, his word accomplished the design, from brightest gem to deepest mine, from Christ enthroned to man. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 11. Satires. The word satire derives its meaning from the idea of fullness, of having had enough. The step from enough to too much is often a short one. When it is short, bitterness easily ensues, and then, if the particular talent be there, satire. As a poetical form, it was probably invented by the Romans. The moods which offer it a congenial soil are mainly 2. The first arises from a state of over-civilization, when the cream of life is so thick that it becomes repulsive. The second, perhaps on the whole the healthier of the two, springs from an overabundance of injuries and calamities. Such moods may be vented in mere satirical remarks, interpolations, and more cheerful compositions. This kind of thing occurs early in all literatures. But the poem which is a satire all the way, which deliberately aims at exposing and lashing folly, vice, or both, generally speaking belongs to the later stages of a nation's life. Healthy joy, ordinary vexation are spontaneous impulses, belonging alike to youth and every later age, whether of an individual or a race. But the calculated, thought-out, edged, cold thing we call satire is not naturally spontaneous in most of us. It is the issue of an overdose of something not in itself either pleasant or quite wholesome. So in early days we find satirical passages in our literature, but not satires proper. Such interspersed lines can be found in so mirthful a poet as Chaucer, but then Chaucer's nature had a grave, even a melancholy strand interwoven with the rest. In The Vision of Piers Plowman, written by Langland in the 14th century, satirical descriptions abound, sly attacks on every sort of humbug, hypocrite, and pompous strutter, whom Piers saw in that fair field full of folk. He describes, and most bitingly too, great lubbers, loath to labor, who clothe themselves as friars, calling themselves hermits that they might exist lazily on other men's gifts, or faithless ecclesiastics who left the care of Christ's flock for comfortable posts at court, and so forth. But the poem is rather a picture of the very mixed life of the time, seen, it is true, by one whose troubles have exceeded his good fortune, than a true satire. On the other hand, the short poem, The Land of Cocaine, whose date is probably an early year of the 14th century, is a satire. It begins by contrasting heaven and cocaine, greatly to the latter's advantage. Far in the sea, west by Spain, is a land called Cocaine. There is no land beneath heaven's sway, like it in wealth and fine array. Though paradise be merry and bright, Cocaine is of fairer sight. What in paradise is there seen, but grass, flowers, branches green? Though there be joy and delight, there is no food saving fruit. There is no hall, chamber, nor bench, naught but water man's thirst to quench. No men are there save only two, Elijah and Enoch also. They may go sad and sore, whereof men there dwell no more. In cocaine is food and drink, without care, trouble, or swink. The food is choice, the drink is clear, from morning hour until supper. I say forsooth, without a doubt, no land on earth is equal to it. No land is under heaven, I wis, of so manifold joy and bliss. There is no lack of food or cloth, there no man nor woman is wroth. There is no serpent, wolf, nor fox, horse nor nag, cow nor ox. There is no sheep, no swine, no goat, nor any filth, truly God it wot. There is no fly, flea, nor louse, in cloth, in barrel, bed, nor house. There is no thunder, sleet, nor hail, nor any vile worm, nor any snail. But all is mirth, joy, and glee, well as him who there may be. Then there follows a satirical picture of an abbey, sunk, as some had become, in utter luxury. There is a most fair abbey of white monks and grey. There are bowers, also halls, all of pasties are the walls, of flesh, or fish, or rich meat, the pleasantest that men can eat. Flowery cakes are the shingles all, on church, cloister, bower, and hall. The pinnacles are fat puddings, rich food for either princes or kings. Men can have thereof, and their fill, all quite rightly, no thought of ill. All is common for young and old, for stout or stern, for meek and bold. And so the satire runs on for close on 200 lines. As controversy about religion increased, so did the tendency to satire grow. That indeed is a mild term for some of the pamphlets which were written in the 17th century, some of Milton's outbursts even being rather extreme for a scholar. John Donne, Dean of St. Paul's, wrote some of the earliest English satires deliberately modeled on those of Latin authors. To us now they have little living interest, but one or two quotations will serve to show his capacity in this particular vein of poetry. It is not, after all, as a satirist, but as a seer and lyrist, that men love Donne. In 6 lines he thus gibbets the people who match their courtesy to other men's wealth. O monstrous superstitious Puritan, of refined manners yet ceremonial man, that when thou meet'st one with inquiring eyes doth search, and like a needy broker prize the silk and gold he wears, and to that rate so high or low dost raise thy formal hat. The following sarcasm is believed to be at the expense of Sir John Davies, some of whose poems Donne had apparently misunderstood. But when he sells or changes land, he impairs his writings, and unwatched leaves out says hares. As slyly as any commentator goes by hard words or sense or in divinity, as converters in vouched texts leave out shrewd words which might against them clear the doubt. A stone with which he cheerfully contrives to kill several birds at once. Then in another satire he looses an exceedingly bitter shaft against James I, who on Elizabeth's death brought a crowd of needy followers to the English court, the king himself being indeed needy enough. And princes must fear favourites worse than foes, for still beyond revenge ambition grows. How since her death with sumpter horse that Scot hath rid, who at his coming up had not a sumpter dog. Dryden in the 17th century, Pope and Swift in the 18th century, are the great English satirists, men who in their varying degrees showed the far-reaching, terrible force of satire. Dryden, great as his satiric gift was, retained some kindliness. Pope, with his neat, exquisite wit, his amazing power of touching a sore at its sorest, raised English satire to a level at which, in point and lucidity, even a Frenchman could scarcely beat him. Lastly came Swift, whose torrential wrath with men and things swept him into corrosive, cruel scorn. Political strife was so exceedingly bitter in the closing years of Charles II's reign that Dryden declared in his preface to his greatest satire, Absalom and Achitophel, that he who draws his pen for one party must expect to make enemies of the other. He, after going over to the royalist side, had been appointed poet laureate. According to the statement of Tonson, the publisher, it was at Charles's request that Dryden composed this damaging invective against the Earl of Shaftesbury, who, at the moment of its publication, was undergoing his second term of imprisonment in the Tower, and was awaiting his trial on a charge of high treason. In this preface, Dryden pleaded that he was trying to win over the more moderate section of public opinion by rebating the satire, where justice would allow it, from carrying to edge. He added, I but laughed at some men's follies, when I could have declaimed against their vices. He closed with the plea that the true end of satire is the amendment of vices by correction. The following lines are the most telling in Dryden's portrait of Shaftesbury. False Achitophel, as he labeled him. For close designs and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace, a fiery soul, which working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, and o'er-informed the tenement of clay, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves went high, he sought the storms, but for a calm unfit, would steer too nigh the sands to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and their partitions do their bounds divide. Else, why should he with wealth and honor blessed refuse his age the needful hours of rest, punish a body which he could not please, bankrupt of life, yet prodigal of ease, and all to leave what with his toil he won to that unfeathered, two-legged thing, a son? His portrait of George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, pilloried at Zimri, is more murderous still. A man so various that he seemed to be not one but all mankind's epitome, stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts but nothing long. But in the course of one revolving moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon. Railing and praising were his usual themes, and both to show his judgment in extremes. So over-violent or over-civil, that every man with him was god or devil. In squandering wealth was his peculiar art. Nothing went unrewarded but desert. Beggared by fools, whom still he found too late, he had his jest, and they had his estate. He laughed himself from court, then sought relief by forming parties, but could ne'er be chief. For spite of him, the weight of business fell on Absalom and wise Achitophel. Thus wicked but in will, of means bereft, he left not faction, but of that was left. Yet a little more scarifying still in his description of Slingsby Bethel, who had been Sheriff of London, and was notorious for his mean ways. Shimi, whose youth did early promise bring of zeal to God and hatred to his king, did wisely from expensive sins refrain, and never broke the Sabbath but for gain. Nor ever was he known an oath to vent, or curse, unless against the government, thus heaping wealth by the most ready way among the Jews, which was to cheat and pray. The city, to reward his pious hate against his master, chose him magistrate. His hand a vase of justice did uphold, his neck was loaded with a chain of gold. During his office treason was no crime, the sons of Belial had a glorious time. The literary men were hardly, if at all, less bitter in their enmities than the politicians. Shadwell and Dryden were, at one time, on friendly terms, but Shadwell partly, it is true, from political motives had attacked Dryden in an ill-tempered, scurrilous poem called The Medal of John Bayes. Dryden replied with Macflecknoe. He selected as literary prince an inferior poet, recently dead, Flecknoe, and represented him as choosing in his dotage his successor, pondering which of all his sons was fit to reign and wage immortal war with wit. Flecknoe's choice fell upon Shadwell, Macflecknoe, whose inheritance was thus proclaimed. "'Tis resolved, for nature pleads that he should only rule, who most resembles me. Shadwell alone my perfect image bears, mature in dullness from his tender years. Shadwell alone of all my sons is he who stands confirmed in full stupidity. The rest to some faint meaning make pretence, but Shadwell never deviates into sense. Some beams of wit on other souls may fall, strike through and make a lucid interval. But Shadwell's genuine night admits no ray, his rising fogs prevail upon the day." Alexander Pope was England's premier poet in those unblessed days when poetry had been degraded into a party weapon. He had written much which was free from political rancor and invective, but at last, in 1728, he yielded to the spirit of his age, and not less to his own ill temper, and in the Dunciad he piteously criticized and tore into shreds the wretched scribblers and poetasters who surrounded him. At first Theobald, but finally Caulkins was raised to the royal throne of the dunces. The picture of dullness upon her throne gave Pope the chance he desired to whip and sting at the minor poets, the ignorant scribblers, the money-grubbing nonentities whom he so heartily despised. In clouded majesty here dullness shone, four guardian virtues round support her throne. Fierce champion fortitude, that knows no fears of hisses, blows, or want or loss of ears. Calm temperance, whose blessings those partake with hunger, and who thirst for scribbling's sake. Prudence, whose glass presents the approaching jail. Poetic justice, with her lifted scale, wherein nice balance truth and gold she weighs, and solid pudding against empty praise. Here she beholds the chaos dark and deep, where nameless somethings and their causes sleep, till genial Jacob on a warm third day call forth each mass, a poem or a play. How hence, like spawn, scarce quick in embryo lie, how newborn nonsense is first taught to cry, maggots half formed in rhyme exactly meet, and learn to crawl upon poetic feet. The Dunciad was written during Pope's most savage years. Yet once again, later, he used his pen mercilessly, not this time upon a worthless writer, but upon Addison himself. The following passage occurs in his prologue to the Satires. In its polish, in its light and delicately poised language, in the rapier-like swiftness of its touch, it is an interesting contrast to the heavier, more ornate and resounding passage already quoted from the Dunciad. Peace to all such. Aye, but were there one whose fires true genius kindles, and fair fame inspires, blessed with each talent and each art to please, and born to write, converse, and live with ease. Behold such a man, too fond to rule alone, bear, like the Turk, no brother near the throne. View him with scornful, yet with jealous eyes, and hate for arts that caused himself to rise. Damn with faint praise, assent with civil leer, and without sneering teach the rest to sneer. Willing to wound, and yet afraid to strike, just hint a fault, and hesitate dislike. Alike reserved to blame, or to commend a timorous foe, and a suspicious friend, dreading even fools by flatterers besieged, and so obliging that he ne'er obliged. Like Cato, give his little senate laws, and sit attentive to his own applause, while wits and templars every sentence raise, and wonder with a foolish face of praise. Who but must laugh, if such a man there be? Who would not weep, if Atticus were he? This passage exhibits his personal hatred of Addison, who, after all, when these lines were published, had been dead for 8 years. It is evident, too, that Pope had polished his blade long and carefully, for every word wounds and every stroke smarts. Bitter and even unjust as Pope's satire could be, it pales beside the savage fury of which, at times, Jonathan Swift was capable. The two men were utterly unlike. While both had genius, Pope's was a small, and Swift's a great nature. The words on Swift's tablet in St. Patrick's Cathedral, in the epitaph which he composed, Ubi seva indignatio, ulterius cor lacera, lacerar nequit, are the key to his life's tragedy. There was in him, as he knew it, a tendency to insanity, and, as a matter of fact, he died insane after years of intense suffering. Moreover, he was of those in whom the world's iniquity, its cruelty, perverse inequality, injustice, and greed rouse sava indignatio, furious indignation. And such was his peculiar temperament that literally, as he said, it tore his heart. He was a man of tempestuous emotions, and meeting again and again the varied sins and follies of mankind, his wrath not seldom burst all bounds. There are no other satires in our language so tremendous, so comprehensive, so lacerating, so sure of their mark. His essays on Ireland, the country in which he was born and died, though his family was of Yorkshire extraction, the Ireland which he hated and yet pitied for its manifold miseries, are among the cruelest satires. None of these is more terrible than his modest proposal for preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden to their parents or country, and for making them beneficial to the public, 1729. There are some things which even in bitter jest are unbearable. Gulliver's Travels are better known, and the fourth part of it was described by a critic as having lacerated and defiled the whole body of humanity. Yet those who realize the rare passages of perfectly clean and perfectly legitimate satire even to be found here, where the savagery is sometimes brutal, may think that such a criticism is extravagant. Swift, in this fourth book, represents himself as wrecked on a savage coast where noble beings in the form of horses, Houyhnhnms, rule the state, and keep in subjection a disgusting race whose outward form is approximately human, but whose thoughts and deeds are vile, a race called Yahoos. The Grey Horse, or Houyhnhnm, whom he met, took pity on him, and Swift, in the person of a wrecked sea captain, lived in this dignified creature's house and gradually learned the Houyhnhnm language, and then learned of their life and ways. In conversation with the Grey Horse, Swift found an opportunity for some of his most searching satire on the people and manners of his own time. He described thus the Houyhnhnm notion of truth and falsehood. He argued thus, that the use of speech was to make us understand one another, and to receive information of facts. Now, if anyone said the thing which was not, these ends were defeated, because I cannot properly be said to understand him, and I am so far from receiving information that he leaves me worse than in ignorance, for I am led to believe a thing black when it is white, and short when it is long. And these were all the notions he had concerning the faculty of lying, so perfectly well understood and so universally practiced among human creatures. Still more to this point was a satire on the philosophers of his day. The 18th century prided itself on its reasonableness, on its intellectual force, and on its superior wisdom. So Swift turned round on them all, and with irrefutable wit set forth the Wenham view of reason. As these noble Wenhams are endowed by nature with a general disposition to all virtues, and have no conceptions or ideas of what is evil in a rational creature, so their grand maxim is to cultivate reason, and to be wholly governed by it. Neither is reason among them a point problematical as with us, where men can argue with plausibility on both sides of the question, but it strikes you with immediate conviction, as it must needs do, where it is not mingled, obscured, or discolored by passion and interest. I remember that it was with extreme difficulty that I could bring my master to understand the meaning of the word opinion, or how a point could be disputable, because reason taught us to affirm or deny only where we are certain, and beyond our knowledge we cannot do either, so that controversies, wranglings, disputes, and positiveness in false or dubious propositions are evils unknown among the Wenhams. In like manner, when I used to explain to him our several systems of natural philosophy, he would laugh, that a creature pretending to reason should value itself upon the knowledge of other people's conjectures, and in things where that knowledge, if it were certain, could be of no use. Wherein he agreed entirely with the sentiments of Socrates, as Plato delivers them, which I mention as the highest honor I can do to that prince of philosophers. I have often reflected what destruction such doctrine would make in the libraries of Europe, and how many paths of fame would be then shut up in the learned world. The bulk of Swift's writings are prose, but that he could be at once satirical and poignant in verse is shown by the lines which he wrote in 1731 to commemorate his supposed death. He really died 14 years later. His estimate of his fellow creatures may be gathered from the following passages. From Dublin soon to London spread, 'tis told at court the Dean is dead, and Lady Suffolk in the spleen runs laughing up to tell the Queen. The Queen, so gracious, mild, and good, cries, is he gone? 'Tis time he should. Here shift the scene to represent how those I love my death lament. Poor Pope would grieve a month, and Gay a week, and Arbuthnot a day. St. John himself would scarce forbear to bite his pen and drop a tear. The rest will give a shrug and cry, I'm sorry, but we all must die. My female friends, whose tender hearts have better learned to act their parts, receive the news in doleful dumps. The Dean is dead, pray what are trumps? Then Lord have mercy on his soul. Ladies, I'll venture for the vole. 6 deans, they say, must bear the pall. I wish I knew what king to call. Madam, your husband will attend the funeral of so good a friend? No, madam, 'tis a shocking sight that he's engaged tomorrow night. My Lady Club will take it ill if he should fail her at quadrille. He loved the Dean, I lend a heart, but dearest friends, they say, must part. His time has come, he ran his race, we hope he's in a better place. He gave the little wealth he had to build a house for fools and mad, and showed by one satiric touch no nation wanted it so much. That kingdom he had left his debtor, I wish it soon may have a better. Satire is the delight, probably, of a minority, and theirs only in certain moods. Part of one political satire of our own day, more light-hearted, more humane, and for that reason perhaps more acceptable, may well close this chapter, Mr. Joseph Campbell's very delightful Orangeman. A ginger-faced man with a walrus mustache, his eyes like a soul of the color of ash, when the fire goes out of it, breaking to flame, of a sulphurous glare at the touch of the name. William, for Billy of Orange he knows, saved him and his seed from the devil's own woes. His faith, 1690, his love none, his hope that hell may one day get the soul of the Pope. Not that the aesthete in him is dumb, there's the flap of his banner, the tap of his drum. Straussian discords for peace and revolt, the crash of the paver, the crack of the bolt. A monster, not quite, as you guess from my song, but clay marred in the mixing, God's image gone wrong. End of Chapter 11, Satires.
Chapter 12 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 12. Elegies. An elegy is a lament. In common use, it is often restricted to a lament over the dead, but that is an improper narrowing of its meaning. There are laments over places, over lost love, over the past, which is never dead, over an individual's misery or failure. There are laments over departed pet animals, and so forth. Probably, the earliest we have in our literature is Wiglaf's over Beowulf. So, this may he speak who will say sooth, that the man-lord who gave you gifts, gear of war in which ye stand there, when he on the ale-bench gave often, to the hall-sitters, helmet and war-shirt, the chief to his thanes, such as he, the bravest, might find anywhere, far or near, that he cast away holy war-weeds, his defence, when battle overtook him. The folk-king had no need to boast of his war companions, yet God, ruler of victories, granted him to avenge himself alone with sword edge, when he needed valor. To him, in the strife, little of life defence could I give. Nevertheless, I undertook to help my kinsman beyond my might. I was ever the worse when I struck with my sword the deadly foe. Fire ran quicklier, welled from within. Too few defenders thronged round their chief, when trouble befell him. Now shall treasure-sharing and gifts of the sword, all country joy fail your loved kindred. Every tribesman must go empty of land right, after the nobles from afar shall hear of your flight, of your inglorious deed. To every man of valor, death is better than a life of reproach. In this elegy, Wiglaf, who alone out of the host had gone to succour his liege lord, mingled with his grief for the slain chieftain all his shame and pain at the selfish slackness of his comrades in arms. Perhaps the next, in time, is The Wife's Complaint, a very ancient poem of unknown authorship, in which a woman laments her separation from her husband, and her solitary imprisonment in a dark, lonely wood, because his relations had accused her falsely. Oh, full oft with vows we bound us that, save death alone, naught should error divide us, nothing in the world. Now all changed is that. Now, alas, it is as though that erstwhile friendship ne'er had been between us. Far away or near, I must bear the hatred of my best beloved. In a grove amid the wood, they have garred me dwell, underneath a holm oak tree, in this earth hollow. Old is this earth house, I am all one long desire. Dim these caverned dells, steep the downs above, bitter my borrow hedges, with wild briars o'ergrown. Dreary is my dwelling. Here my lord's departure oft has wrought me wretchedly. lovers in the world there are, who in loving live together, lie together on their bed, while I in the early dawn all alone am going, when I needs must sit alone all the summer-long day, when I, weeping, thus bewail for my woeful banishment, my uncounted sorrows. This is, of course, a lament not for physical death, but for lost love, for the wreckage of life. Among the northern ballads are some singularly beautiful, which may be called elegies. It would be hard to find lamentation for the dead at once more heart-wringing and more revengeful than Helen of Kirkconnell. Its date and authorship are unknown. Tradition declares that one Andrew Fleming loved the daughter of the Laird of Kirkconnell. She, having slipped in between the rival suitor and Andrew, received the bullet, and died in the arms of her lover, who forthwith pursued and killed the murderer. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries. O that I were where Helen lies on fair Kirkconnell lea. Cursed be the heart that thought the thought, and cursed the hand that fired the shot, when in my arms bird Helen dropped, and died to succour me. O think na ye my heart was sair, when my love dropped and spake nae mair. There did she swoon with mickle care, on fair Kirkconnell lea. And I went down the water's side, none but my foe to be my guide, none but my foe to be my guide, on fair Kirkconnell lea. I crossed the stream, my sword did draw, I hacked him into pieces sma', I hacked him into pieces sma', for her sake that died for me. O Helen fair, beyond compare, I'll make a garland o' your hair, shall bind my heart for evermair, until the day I die. O that I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries. Out of my bed she bids me rise, says haste and come to me. O Helen fair, O Helen chaste, were I with thee I would be blest, where thou liest low and tak'st thy rest, on fair Kirkconnell lea. I wish my grave were growing green, a winding sheet drawn o'er my een, and I in Helen's arms lying, on fair Kirkconnell lea. I wish I were where Helen lies, night and day on me she cries, and I am weary of the skies, for her sake that died for me. From the north, from Yorkshire, came the haunting death song, the lyke-wake dirge, which, from an unknown date until at least 1629, was sung over the dead. Some verses seem to have been lost, but those which we still have show that rooted belief in the supernatural, which materialism has never yet been able to destroy from among us. This ae night, every night and all, fire and sleet and candle light, and Christ receive thy soul. When thou from hence away art past, every night and all, to Winnie Muir thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest hosen and shoon, every night and all, sit thee down and put them on, and Christ receive thy soul. If hosen and shoon thou gavest nane, every night and all, the winds shall prick thee to the bare ban, and Christ receive thy soul. From Winnie Muir, when thou mayst pass, every night and all, to Brig o' Dread thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. From brigga dread when thou mayest pass, every night and all, to purgatory fire thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. If ever thou gavest meat or drink, every night and all, the fire shall never make thee shrink, and Christ receive thy soul. If meat or drink thou gavest none, every night and all, the fire will burn thee to the bare bane, and Christ receive thy soul. This ae night, every night and all, fire and sleet and candle light, and Christ receive thy soul. The authorized version of the Bible contains immortal elegies. There is, for example, the preacher's warning, which he mingles with a lamentation for the state of those who have left the sweet light and the pleasant sun of this world. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. While the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain. In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease, because they are few, and those that look out of the window be darkened, and the doors shall be shut in the streets, when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. Also, when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goeth to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the cistern. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto God who gave it. Dr. Driver inclines to some date about 200 B.C. as that of the book Ecclesiastes. In spite of the moving beauty of this passage, the hope of immortality in it is hesitating. Another book, Wisdom, written probably about the time of the Christian era, follows up, if we may so speak, this returning spirit, in great words which are an indestructible part not only of our spiritual, but also of our literary heritage. In Wisdom, we have not a lament, but a hymn, not an elegy, but a paean. It seems so to follow on and correct the preacher's gloom that it must be quoted. For God created man to be immortal, and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side shall find it. But the souls of the righteous are in the hand of God, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise they seem to die, and their departure is taken for misery, and their going from us to be utter destruction. But they are in peace. Thus the righteous that is dead shall condemn the ungodly which are living, and youth that is soon perfected the many years, and old age of the unrighteous. For they shall see the end of the wise, and shall not understand what God in his counsel hath decreed of him, and to what end the Lord hath set him in safety. They shall see him and despise him, but God shall laugh them to scorn. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, shall say within themselves, This was he whom we had sometime in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life madness, and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints? We wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. What hath pride profited us? Or what good hath riches with our vaunting brought us? All those things are passed away like a shadow, and as a post that hasted by. For the hope of the ungodly is like dust that is blown away with the wind, like a thin froth that is driven away with the storm, like as the smoke which is dispersed here and there with a tempest, and passeth away as the remembrance of a guest that tarrieth but a day. But the righteous live for evermore. Their reward also is with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High. These two passages from the wisdom literature of the Bible are unique. The gloom of the preacher, the serenity and confidence of the son of Sirach. They should ever be kept in remembrance together. The great elegy, using the word in the sense of a lament for the beloved dead, to be found in the Old Testament, is, of course, David's over Saul and Jonathan. The beauty of Israel is slain upon thy high places. How are the mighty fallen? Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Askelon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. Ye mountains of Gilboa, let there be no dew, neither let there be rain upon you, nor fields of offerings, for there the shield of the mighty is vilely cast away, the shield of Saul, as though he had not been anointed with oil. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the mighty, the bow of Jonathan turned not back, and the sword of Saul returned not empty. Saul and Jonathan were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, they were stronger than lions. Ye daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you in scarlet with other delights, who put on ornaments of gold upon your apparel. How are the mighty fallen in the midst of the battle? O Jonathan, thou wast slain in thine high places. I am distressed for thee, my brother Jonathan. Very pleasant hast thou been unto me. Thy love to me was wonderful, passing the love of women. How are the mighty fallen, and the weapons of war perished. There is one other great lament in the Bible which cannot be passed by. This dirge for the destruction of a nation's greatness. The following is Coverdale's version. By the waters of Babylon we sat down and wept, when we remembered thee, O Sion. As for our harps, we hanged them up upon the trees that are therein. For they that led us away captive required of us then a song, and melody in our heaviness. Sing us one of the songs of Sion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. Yea, if I prefer not Jerusalem in my mirth. Remember the children of Edom, O Lord, in the day of Jerusalem, how they said, down with it, even to the ground. O daughter of Babylon, wasted with misery. Yea, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee, as thou hast served us. Blessed shall he be that taketh thy children, and throweth them against the stones. The author of this psalm is unknown. Obviously, its date must be put after the exile in the 6th century BC. Professor Chain once suggested that it might be a Maccabean psalm, which would bring it down to the 2nd century BC. What cannot be denied is that it tells of a nation's mourning and woe over departed greatness, joy, and the peace of home. It is not only as superb translations greatly to be enjoyed that these passages from the Bible can be considered part of our national literature. By long familiarity, they had sunk into our thought and feeling, until recently people seem in large numbers to have determined to give up reading the greatest literature in the world, so that these sublime thoughts now strike many as strange and alien. In our native literature, 2 great elegies stand out from all the rest, and these are not Gray's famous lines, "In a country churchyard," fine as they are, though their beauty has been dimmed too often by clumsy handling, nor the well-known Burial of Sir John Moore. Both of these have a place from which no time nor mischance can dislodge them. But our supreme elegies are Milton's Lycidas, 1638, in which he lamented the death by drowning of his Cambridge friend Edward King, and Shelley's Adonais, 1822, a lament for Keats's premature death. Unfortunately, Milton mixed up political and theological party matters with his lamentations. The following lines avoid all that and are a beautiful instance of his purest poetry. Yet once more, O ye laurels, and once more, ye myrtles brown, with ivy never sere, I come to pluck your berries harsh and crude, and with forced fingers rude shatter your leaves before the mellowing year. Bitter constraint and sad occasion dear compels me to disturb your season due. For Lycidas is dead, dead his prime, young Lycidas, and hath not left his peer. Who would not sing for Lycidas? He knew himself to sing and build the lofty rhyme. He must not float upon his watery bier, unwept and welter to the parching wind, without the meed of some melodious tear. For we were nursed upon the self-same hill, fed the same flock by fountain, shade, and rill, together both, ere the high lawns appeared, under the opening eyelids of the morn, we drove afield, and both together heard what time the grey fly winds her sultry horn, battening our flocks with the fresh dews of night, oft till the star that rose at evening bright towards heaven's descent had sloped his westering wheel Meanwhile, the rural ditties were not mute, tempered to the Oden flute. Rough satyrs danced, and fauns with cloven heel from the glad sound would not be absent long, and old Damætas loved to hear our song. But oh, the heavy change, now thou art gone! Now thou art gone, and never must return. Thee, shepherd, thee the woods and desert caves, with wild thyme and the gadding vine o'ergrown, and all their echoes mourn. The willows and the hazel copses green shall now no more be seen, fanning their joyous leaves to thy soft lays, as killing as the canker to the rose, or tapeworm to the weanling herds that graze, or frost to flowers that their gay wardrobe wear, when first the white thorn blows. Such, Lycidas, thy loss to the shepherd's ear. Ye valleys low, where the mild whispers use of shades and wanton winds, and gushing brooks, on whose fresh lap the swart star sparely looks, throw hither all your quaint enamelled eyes, that on the green turf suck the honeyed showers, and purple all the ground with vernal flowers. Bring the rathe primrose that forsaken dies, the tufted croto and pale jessamine, the white pink and the pansy freaked with jet, the glowing violet, the musk rose and the well-attired woodbine, with cowslips wan that hang the pensive head, and every flower that sad embroidery wears, bid Amaranthus all his beauty shed, and daffodillies fill their cups with tears, to strew the laureate hearse where Lycid lies. In Modern Painters, Ruskin severely criticized these closing lines, declaring that, compared with Perdita's famous flower lines in The Winter's Tale, Milton's imagery here is, quote, part of iron and part of clay, end quote. Perhaps Ruskin forgot Milton's love for Italy, his descent from the men of the Renaissance, and failed to see the kind of beauty here which is so akin to the flower-starred foreground of Botticelli's Primavera. In a much lesser degree, Shelley gave some place to his personal wrath against the dense or vicious world, which, as he believed, had by its cruel neglect or abuse hurried on the catastrophe of Keats's death. It is possible, as in Lycidas, to disengage the most beautiful portions from these less happy passages. The following stanzas enshrine Shelley's faith in immortality. Stanza 1. I weep for Adonais, he is dead. Oh, weep for Adonais, though our tears thaw not the frost which binds so dear a head. And thou, sad hour, selected from all years to mourn our loss, rouse thy obscure compeers, and teach them thine own sorrow. Say, with me died Adonais, till the future dares forget the past. His fate and fame shall be an echo and a light unto eternity. Stanza 39. Peace, peace, he is not dead, he doth not sleep, he hath awakened from the dream of life. 'Tis we, who lost in stormy visions keep with phantoms an unprofitable strife, and in mad trance strike with our spirit's knife invulnerable nothings. Stanza 40. He has outsoared the shadow of our night, envy and calumny, and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not, and torture not again. From the contagion of the world's slow stain he is secure, and now can never mourn a heart grown cold, a head grown grey and vain. Nor, when the spirit's self has ceased to burn, with sparkless ashes load an unlamented urn. Stanza 42. He is made one with nature. There is heard his voice in all her music, from the moan of thunder to the song of night's sweet bird. He is a presence to be felt and known, in darkness and in light, from herb and stone, spreading itself where'er that power may move, which has withdrawn its being to his own, which wields the world with never wearied love, sustains it from beneath, and kindles it above. Stanza 43. He is a portion of the loveliness which once he made more lovely. Stanza 55. The breath whose might I have invoked in song descends on me. My spirit's bark is driven far from the shore, far from the trembling throng, whose sails were never to the tempest given. The massy earth and spherid skies are riven. I am borne darkly, fearfully afar, while burning through the inmost veil of heaven, the soul of Adonais like a star, beacons from the abode where the eternal are. There's no poetry in our language woven of more shining, deathless tissue than this. Though Adonais is an elegy and opens on a note of sorrow, it rises to the heights of a triumphant hymn. It is not very often, perhaps, that a person would dare to write his own elegy, but the elusive, strange poet Robert Herrick, 1591 through 1674, did, in lines which are almost forgotten, but which, in their ingenious simplicity, are extraordinarily winning. When a daffodil I see hanging down his head towards me, guess I may what I must be. First, I shall decline my head. Secondly, I shall be dead. Lastly, safely buried. From the 17th century, too, comes Sir Thomas Browne's simple and so characteristic elegy on the crowd of undistinguished folk. Happy are those whom privacy makes innocent, who deal so with men in this world, that they are not afraid to meet them in the next, who, when they die, make no commotion among the dead, and are not touched with that poetical taunt of Isaiah. In a key which has something in it of Isaiah's woe, the late Mr. George Wyndham wrote an elegy on the wreckage of human life and national joy, beginning on this note of stormy grief. The waves climb to the cliff, and the cliff repels them, so the waves sing their long desire of the land. The winds ask their way of the night, but she never tells them, complaining still of a sorrow she cannot understand. The conquered nations of earth have lost their birthright. They sing of the long ago when their rulers were kings. All their value that rose once proud to set the earth aright sinks in a sob of sorrow, and sobbing sings. The chill 18th century seems to have excelled in the heavier kind of monumental elegy, a mass of which still encumbers and spoils the walls of some of our cathedrals and parish churches. William Cowper, 1731 through 1800, saddest of men, wrote a lament, The Poplar Field, an elegy on the failure of his own life and hopes, and therewith, it would seem, an elegy on everything and everybody. It is a curious thing that he should have dressed so grey a mood in so tripping a measure. The poplars are felled, farewell to the shade, and the whispering sound of the cool colonnade. The winds play no longer, and sing in the leaves, nor ouse on his bosom their image receives. 12 years have elapsed since I last took a view of my favourite field and the bank where they grew, and now in the grass, behold, they are laid, and the tree is my seat that once lent me a shade. The blackbird has fled to another retreat, where the hazels afford him a screen from the heat, and the scene where his melody charmed me before resounds with his sweet flowing ditty no more. My fugitive years are all hasting away, and I must ere long lie as lowly as they, with a turf on my breast and a stone at my head, ere another such grove shall arise in its stead. The change both my heart and my fancy employs, I reflect on the frailty of man and his joys. Short-lived as we are, yet our pleasures, we see, have a still shorter date, and die sooner than we. The longest and best known elegy of the 19th century was Tennyson's In Memoriam, his lament on the early death of his friend Arthur Henry Hallam. No poem is perhaps more accessible, so often is it reprinted, none more difficult to deal with fairly by quotation. It is doubtful whether it will continue to hold the very highest place in the poet's work. It contains beautiful poetry, but its thought belonged, more than is usual in English literature, to a definite school, and the school has almost entirely passed away, having fallen between the two stools of revealed religion and open unbelief. Matthew Arnold's lament for the poet Arthur Hugh Clow, Thyrsis, may to some extent lie open to similar criticism. He shared and intensified Tennyson's philosophic doubt, but the spirit of Oxford so haunts and informs it, that it makes more than its own strictly personal appeal. The poet dominates the individual mourner in these two most beautiful stanzas, each true to so different an aspect of human life, yet brought together here quite naturally by that great uniter of men, our common human sorrow. Thou hearest the immortal chants of old, putting his sickle to the perilous grain, in the hot cornfield of the Phrygian king. For thee the Laerces' song again, young Daphnis with his silver voice doth sing, sings his Sicilian fold, his sheep, his hapless love, his blinded eyes, and how a call celestial round him rang, and heavenward from the fountain brink he sprang, in all the marvel of the golden skies. There thou art gone, and me thou leavest here, sole in these fields, yet will I not despair. Despair I will not, while I yet descry, 'neath the soft canopy of English air that lonely tree against the western sky. Still, still these slopes, 'tis clear, our gypsy scholar haunts, outliving thee. Fields where soft sheep from cages pull the hay, woods with anemones in flower till May. Know him a wanderer still, then why not me? Interesting as showing another side of Arnold, and very attractive to some of us, is his elegy on his beloved dog, Geist. 4 years, and didst thou stay above the ground which hides thee now but 4? And all that life and all that love were crowded, Geist, into no more? Only 4 years, those winning ways, which make me for thy presence yearn, called us to pet thee or to praise, dear little friend, at every turn. That loving heart, that patient soul, had they indeed no longer span to run their course and reach their goal, and read their homily to man? That liquid, melancholy eye, from whose pathetic, soul-fed springs seemed surging the Virgilian cry, the sense of tears in mortal things. Yes, only 4, and not the course of all the centuries yet to come, and not the infinite resource of nature, with her countless sum of figures, with her fullness vast of new creation evermore, can ever quite repeat the past, or just thy little self restore. Yet would we keep thee in our heart, would fix our favourite on the scene, nor let thee utterly depart and be as if thou ne'er hadst been. And so there rise these lines of verse on lips that rarely formed them now, while to each other we rehearse such ways, such arts, such looks hadst thou. We stroke thy broad brown paws again, we bid thee to thy vacant chair, we greet thee by the window pane, we hear thy scuffle on the stair. We see the flaps of thy large ears quick raised to see which way we go. Crossing the frozen lake, appears thy small black figure on the snow. We lay thee close within our reach, here where the grass is smooth and warm between the holly and the beech, where oft we watched thy couchant form. Asleep, yet lending half an ear to travellers on the Portsmouth road, there choose we thee, O guardian dear, marked with a stone thy last abode. The only poem which seems quite fit to be quoted next to this is not really like it, nor is it an elegy on a pet animal. It is, moreover, as uneven, as jolty in its abrupt lines, so apt to the broken sorrow inspiring it, as Arnold's verse is polished into silver-grey melancholy. But Mr. Squire's Bulldog is surely one of the most living of all the poems called forth by the miseries of the Great War. It breathes the greater simplicity which marked those 4 dreadful years, the crudeness, the frank avowal of moods which Englishmen generally hide, the freedom from fuss and unreality. Maurice Baring wrote a fine elegy on the death of Lord Lucas, which will probably live in our literature. Yet, written though it is in the grand manner, a noble poem on a noble man, it just misses that simplicity of irremediable sorrow which makes Mr. Squire's poem To a Bulldog, with all its roughness in unconventionality, a thing unique in early 20th century poetry. "We shan't see Willie any more, mammy. He won't be coming any more. He came back once and again, but he won't get leave any more. We looked from the window, and there was his cab, and we ran downstairs like a streak, and he said, 'Hullo, you bad dog,' and you crouched to the floor, paralyzed to hear him speak, and then let fly at his face and his chest till I had to hold you down, while he took off his cap and his gloves and his coat and his bag and his thonged Sam Brown. We went upstairs to the studio, the three of us, just as of old, and you lay down and I sat and talked to him as round the room he strolled. Here in the room where, years ago, before the old life stopped, he worked all day with his slippers and his pipe, he would pick up the threads he'd dropped, fondling all the drawings he had left behind, glad to find them all still the same, and opening the cupboards to look at his belongings every time he came. But now I know what a dog doesn't know, though you'll thrust your head on my knee and try to draw me from the absent-mindedness that you find so dull in me. In all your life you will never know what I wouldn't tell you even if I could, that the last time we waved him away, Willie went for good. But sometimes as you lie on the hearthrug, sleeping in the warmth of the stove, even through your muddled old canine brain, shapes from the past may rove. You'll scarcely remember, even in a dream, how we brought home a silly little pup, with a big square head and little crooked legs that could scarcely bear him up. But your tale will tap at the memory of a man whose friend you were, who was always kind, though he called you a naughty dog when he found you on his chair, who'd make you face a reproving finger and solemnly lecture you till your head hung downwards and you looked very sheepish, and you'll dream of your triumphs too, of summer evening chases in the garden when you dodged us all about with a bone. We were 3 boys, and you were the cleverest, but now we're 2 alone. When summer comes again and the long sunsets fade, we shall have to go on playing the feeble game for 2 that since the war we've played. And though you run expectant, as you always do, to the uniforms we meet, you'll never find Willie among all the soldiers in even the longest street, nor in any crowd, yet strange and bitter thought, even now were the old words said, if I tried the old trick and said, "Where's Willie?" you would quiver and lift your head, and your brown eyes would look to ask if I was serious, and wait for the word to spring. Sleep undisturbed. I shan't say that again, you innocent old thing. I must sit, not speaking, on the sofa, while you lie asleep upon the floor, for he suffered a thing that dogs couldn't dream of, and he won't be coming here any more. A very different poem produced by the war, an elegy which throws back to the old Scottish searching, haunting pathos, is Ewart Allen Mackintosh's Cha till Macruaimeen, a lament for the 4th Camerons as they were piped away to the fatal fields of war. The pipes in the street were playing bravely, the marching lads went by, with merry hearts and voices singing, my friends marched out to die. But I was hearing a lonely pibroch out of an older war. Farewell, 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 Maccrimmon. Maccrimmon comes no more. And every lad in his heart was dreaming of honour and wealth to come, and honour and noble pride were calling to the tune of the pipes and drum. But I was hearing a woman singing on dark Dunvegan shore, in battle or peace, with wealth or honour, Maccrimmon comes no more. And there in front of the men were marching, with feet that made no mark, the grey old ghosts of the ancient fighters come back again from the dark. And in front of them Maccrimmon piping a weary tune and sore, on the gathering day for ever and ever, Maccrimmon comes no more. In the middle of the 19th century, a poet, Lord de Tablay, worked for many years without ever publishing his poems. His interest lay chiefly among classical stories. Suddenly, in the early 90s, the poetry-reading public was startled by the appearance, in one of the monthly magazines, of Orpheus in Hades. The following lines are part of Orpheus's prayer to the Queen of Hades for the restoration of his lost bride, Eurydice, snatched from him on their wedding morning. In this invocation, he first related the story of her death. Then followed these lines of hopeless grief. Sobbing cadence of funereal gloom, we wind her in the raiment of the dead, the shrouded mantle of eternal sleep. Ay me, the dear one. Then, as twilight fell, with torch and taper rounded, crowned with yew, wailing we bore her to the cypress lines, sown with the urns and ash of fiery hearts of old world lovers, cold and gone to dust. Thither we bore her, pallid on her bier, a silver moon cradled in ebon cloud, and over her we sprinkled marigolds, flowers of the dead, stars on the sable pall. And there was one more gravestone, one more heart broken, and in the world no other change. What right have I to live, so crushed with woe? I dare not see the light now she is gone. I hate to watch the flower set up its face. I loathe the trembling shimmer of the sea, its heaving roods of intertangled weed and orange sea wrack with its necklace fruit. The stale, insipid cadence of the dawn, the ring-dove, tedious harper on 5 tones, the eternal havoc of the sodden leaves rotting the floors of autumn. I am weary, weary and incomplete and desolate. To me spring, sceptred with her daffodil, droops with a blight of dim mortality, and the birds sing death and Eurydice. Throughout this book, one claim has been specially made for our literature, that it offers an immense variety of methods, matters, standpoints. This quality is as notable in our Elegies as elsewhere. There is, even in the few here quoted, a striking dissimilarity one from another. This restrained paragraph, the last from John Morley's essay on the death of the great 19th century philosopher, John Stuart Mill, adds yet another note in the orchestra of English lamentation. It is in its restraint, in its controlled idealism, worthy of the man who wrote it, and of the man about whom it was written. Alas, the sorrowful day which ever dogs our delight followed very quickly. The nightingale that he longed for fills the darkness with music, but not for the ear of the dead master. He rests in the deeper darkness, where the silence is unbroken forever. We may console ourselves with the reflection offered by the dying Socrates to his sorrowful companions. He who has arrayed the soul in her own proper jewels of moderation and justice and courage and nobleness and truth, is ever ready for the journey when his time comes. We have lost a great teacher, an example of knowledge and virtue, but men will long feel the presence of his character about them, making them ashamed of what is indolent and selfish, and encouraging them to all disinterested labor, both in trying to do good and in trying to find out what the good is, which is harder. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of English Literature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson. Chapter 13. Idylls. By the word idyll is meant a description in prose or verse of some scene or event which is striking, picturesque, and complete in itself. Such an idyll may stand alone, or it may form a kind of interlude in a longer composition. In our literature, idyllic passages are commoner than isolated idylls. Indeed, the actual name is best known to us by the Idylls of the King and Browning's dramatic Idylls. A nation which has cared so truly and comprehendingly for the beauties and charms of its own native land could not help producing idyllic scenes and passages. And, as early as the 9th century, probably from our great poet Cynewulf, we find this description of the fabled Phoenix's home. I have heard that there is far hence in eastern realms a land most noble, widely known to men. That plain is full of beauty, blessed with joys, with the fairest fragrance of earth. Unique is that island. That is a winsome plain. The woods are green, far stretching 'neath the sky. Nor there may any rain or snow, nor breath of frost, nor blast of fire, nor storm of hail, nor fall of rime, nor heat of sun, nor everlasting cold, nor warm weather, nor winter shower work harm a whit. But the plain endureth blessed and wholesome. That noble land is starred with blossoms. There stand no hills, nor mountains steep, no stony cliffs rise high as here with us, nor dales, nor glens, nor mountain gorges, caves, nor crags. No whit of roughness bideth there, but the pleasant field blossoming with delights bringeth forth beneath the clouds. Serene is that pleasant plain, its sunny grove gleameth, winsome its woodland glades. Its increase faileth not, its pleasant fruit. But ever the trees stand green as God gave bidding. In winter and in summer are the groves in likewise hung with fruit. Never a leaf fadeth in the air, nor shall flame work them harm forever, ere that the ending of the world shall be. As of old, the turmoil of the waters, the sea flood covered all the world, the compass of the earth. Yet that noble plain stood all unhurt, firm held against the water's surging, blessed, uninjured of the tossing waves, through the grace of God. So it shall bide in blossoming, until the coming of the fire of the judgment of God, when the chambers of death, the shadowy sepulchres of men, shall be open. As we pass down the centuries, we find that Chaucer, true lover of country things, has filled the Romaunt of the Rose with idyllic little pictures, of which one of the most beautiful is his picture of the river. With that water that ran so clear my face I washed. Later on he tells of the garden, where eventually he found the well of Narcissus, and the rose with the wonderful bud. How singularly attractive this is! The trees were set as I devise, one from another in a size, 5 or 6 fathoms apart, I trow. But they were great and high also, and to keep out well the sun, the crops were together thickly run, and every branch in another knit, and on them fully green leaves sit. The sun could not there descend, lest the tender grass were burned. There men both roes and does might see, and of squirrels full great plenty, from bough to bough always leaping. Conies also there were playing, out of their little burrows coming, of many sorts and colours running, and there in tournaments they met, upon the springing grass all set. Francis Bacon once planned a garden on what he called royal ordering, namely, so that at every season of the year there should be things of beauty. The whole, as he made it, is exquisite, but his provision of fragrance, so difficult to present in words, is perhaps the most purely idyllic passage of all. Because the breath of flowers is far sweeter in the air, where it comes and goes like the warbling of music, than in the hand, therefore nothing is more fit for that delight than to know what be the flowers and plants that do best perfume the air. Roses, damask, and red are fast flowers of their smell, so that you may walk by a whole row of them and find nothing of their sweetness, yea, though it be in a morning's dew. Bays, likewise, yield no smell as they grow, rosemary little, nor sweet marjoram. That which above all others yields the sweetest smell in the air is the violet, especially the white double violet, which comes twice a year, about the middle of April and about Bartholomew-tide. Next to that is the musk rose, then the strawberry leaves dying, with a most excellent cordial smell. Then the flower of the vines. It is a little dust like the dust of a bent, which grows upon the cluster in the first coming forth. Then sweetbriar, then wallflowers, which are very delightful to be set under a parlor or lower chamber window. Then pinks and gillyflowers, especially the matted pink and clove gillyflowers. Then the flowers of the lime tree. Then the honeysuckle, so they be somewhat afar off. Of bean flowers I speak not, because they are field flowers. But those which perfume the air most delightfully, not passed by as the rest, but being trodden upon and crushed, are 3, that is, burnet, wild thyme, and water mints. Therefore you are to set whole alleys of them, to have the pleasure when you walk or tread. The massed fragrance of all this recalls that other garden in the Song of Songs. A fountain of gardens, a well of living waters, and streams from Lebanon. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south, blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden, and eat his pleasant fruits. My beloved is gone down into his garden, to the beds of spices, to feed in the gardens, and to gather lilies. I went down into the garden of nuts to see the fruits of the valley, and to see whether the vine flourished, and the pomegranates budded. It was well indeed that the Bible, and specially the prophetic and poetical books, should have been translated into English, when the sweet and musical prose of the 17th century was in its highest perfection. Thomas Traherne, writing later in the same century, tried to make men comprehend this world's unutterable beauty. In the early pages of his great book, Centuries of Meditations, only by an accident recovered a few years ago from a second-hand bookstall, he claimed that the world is a mirror of infinite beauty, yet no man sees it. It is a temple of majesty, yet no man regards it. It is a region of light and peace, did not men disquiet it. It is the paradise of God. It is more to man since he has fallen than it was before. It is the place of angels and the gate of heaven. But he could not be satisfied to leave it there. He could not be content that men should continue not to see it. If, by hook or crook, if by idyllic presentation, he could make them see the world as he himself saw it. The corn was orient and immortal wheat, which never should be reaped, nor was ever sown. I thought it had stood from everlasting to everlasting. The dust and stones of the street were as precious as gold. The gates were at first the end of the world. Boys and girls tumbling in the street and playing were moving jewels. I knew not that they were born or should die, but all things abided eternally as they were in their proper places. Eternity was manifest in the light of the day, and something infinite behind everything appeared. In that last line quoted before, Traherne lets out the secret that this fair world is the waving, as Newman said, of the raiment of those who stand in the presence of God. All these passages are parts of larger wholes, but there are isolated idylls to be found in our language. Mr. Yeats' well-known Innisfree is a good instance, not the less interesting or beautiful when we remember that he wrote it when he was living for a while in the dreary region of Marylebone. I will arise and go now and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin build there, of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honey bee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade. And I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the vales of the morning to where the cricket sings. There midnight's all a glimmer, and noon a purple glow, and evening full of the linnet's wings. I will arise and go now, for always, night and day, I hear lake water lapping with low sounds by the shore, while I stand on the roadway, around the pavements gray. I hear it in the deep heart's core. Another Irish idyll, perhaps more beautiful still, and certainly far less well known, is Seamus O'Sullivan's The Sheep. Slowly they pass in the grey of the evening over the wet road, a flock of sheep. Slowly they wend in the grey of the gloaming over the wet road that winds through the town. Slowly they pass, and gleaming whitely, vanish away in the grey of the evening. Ah, what memories loom for a moment, gleam for a moment, and vanish away, of the white days when we two together went in the evening where the sheep lay. We two together went with slow feet in the grey of the evening where the sheep lay. Whitely they gleam for a moment and vanish away in the dimness of sorrowful years. Gleam for a moment all white, and go fading away in the greyness of sundering years. No English poet has outstripped Tennyson in sheer loveliness of natural description. His poems are full of idyllic passages. With him, this chapter, which might be almost endless, shall close. King Arthur's picture of the island valley of Avilion seems like an echo of Cynewulf's picture of the Phoenix's home. I am going a long way to the island valley of Avilion, where falls not hail, nor rain, or any snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies deep-meadowed, happy, fair with orchard lawns and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound. On the other hand, this exceedingly beautiful description of the land of the lotus-eaters is believed to be entirely original, though of course the subject was taken from the Odyssey. All round the coast the languid air did swoon, breathing like one that hath a weary dream. Full-faced above the valley stood the moon, and like a downward smoke the slender stream along the cliff to fall and pause and fall did seem. A land of streams, some like a downward smoke, slow-dropping veils of thinnest lawn did go, and some through wavering lights and shadows broke, rolling a slumberous sheet of foam below. They saw the gleaming river seaward flow from the inner land. Far off, 3 mountain tops, 3 silent pinnacles of aged snow, stood sunset flushed and dewed with showery drops. Up clomb the shadowy pine above the woven copse. Lastly, let us recollect, but with held breath, lest we break the stillness, those lines which, no doubt, owe something to older poets, but whose golden perfection are Tennyson's own, his description of the vale in Ida. For now the noonday quiet holds the hill, the grasshopper is silent in the grass. The lizard, with his shadow on the stone, rests like a shadow, and the cicada sleeps. The purple flowers droop, the golden bee is lily-cradled. I alone awake. End of Chapter 13. End of English Literature by Geraldine Hodgson.